The year is 1254 of the Fifth Age, 1 year before current events. A carriage bumps along a long, dusty trail that weaves through once rolling green fields that are now covered in snow. The sun is beginning to crest over the horizon in the east as it is 6 o'clock in the morning. It helps to warm the air, but not by much as the group's breath can be visibly seen in the cold morning air. Captain Dahlia is accompanied by a squad of knights who adorn blue brigandines, the symbol of the honor guard. They surround her carriage on horseback, creating a defensive perimeter around it. It has been 5 days since she has left the capital, and the look on her face screams of someone who is bored out of her mind. She is on her way to perform a knight's inspection down in Serpent's Harbor. These inspections keep the knights ready for any engagement, as well as help maintain a professional decorum throughout the Corps. To add pressure to the Corps to maintain strict standards, these inspections are done at random and without prior warning. Sitting across from her, in the carriage, is an elvish-looking man wearing the same blue brigandine. Erlin, would you like to introduce what your character looks like?
Yeah. So, at full height, Erlen stands at about 6'2". And like you said, he's wearing the traditional sort of honor guard brigandine, um, with more neutral tones underneath to complement it and not stand out too much. He's got fairly tanned skin. He has long, tied off, like golden blonde hair that runs down his back. His eyes are like this piercing gold. And with him, he typically carries a backpack with him. He has this sort of beautifully crafted shield that he typically keeps on his back as well, with almost like these sort of elven, almost like feathered accents that sweep out to one side of the shield. And to his side is a this just absolutely like gorgeous rapier with like a gold inlaid handle that sits in its sheath at his side.
Very nice. Erlin, you have been tasked with being a personal escort and the last line of defense for the captain. The two of you have been sitting in a rather awkward silence for most of the trip. So far, your attempts to make small talk with the captain have been met with short, quick answers. The captain picks up her head off of her fist and looks out the window trying to see if the city is near.
Eventually, Dahlia will turn to Erlen, is it?
Yes.
And I suppose she'll probably eye the shield a little bit. And you're not sure if it's curiosity or boredom that causes her to ask, is that a custom shield you built yourself, or family heirloom, perhaps? It's an
Oh,
interesting
gods
shield.
no. Not built myself, not an heirloom. Custom ordered.
It's
Not
beautiful
magical,
design.
if that's what you're wondering about.
No. I was just curious. These journeys can be ever so drab, so sometimes I do have to start conversation. I'm just not very, I suppose, good at it.
That's all right. I'm
People.
just happy to be out, away from the castle.
I can
Admittedly,
understand that.
none of the honor guard are very talkative.
Yes. They're not one for conversation. They're one for action. I can respect that, though. I prefer action myself.
Action's all well and good until you're sitting on a caravan ride days out, and it is
True.
dead silent.
Would I know at this point how far from the destination that we are?
You know that you both should be getting pretty close to the city, based off the time that you have traveled so far, and based off of more or less just the maps and data that you guys have been following coming up to this point, you're expecting to see the city walls crest over a hill at any moment.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll have more interest when we get there. I'm assuming as a city guard, you haven't seen much action.
Not in recent years. When I wasn't confined to the walls of the first district, I saw quite a bit more.
Do
This
you
is
regret your decision to join the honor guard then?
Oh, no. I don't regret it. It's just a change of pace I wasn't exactly ready for, and it's a difficult adjustment.
I see.
What
Well,
about you?
depending. Oh, I've seen my fair share. Mostly small stuff. Unfortunately, because of my position, I'm not brought in to handle an awful lot of things, because the guards can usually deal with it, but when they can't, they'll ask me. But most of it is signing papers and, issuing orders and that kind of thing. Though, working directly with the Queen, I suppose, has got its own benefits, so...
Erlin will lean in a little bit, kind of hush-hush, to try and avoid the other honor guard sitting with them to hear this. Just like, I don't know, passenger to passenger, do you ever think about, like, sneaking out of the castle for just one night?
Ooh.
At that moment,
insight there?
oh, you want to insight him?
Mm. Try and discern exactly what he's getting at here.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, you go ahead and whisper me an insight. Erlin, whisper me either a persuasion or deception.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not to say if like he's lying about something. It's just to try and
Yeah, it's not.
gauge.
He's not like trying to. I guess persuade would kind of work. He's not. It's not a deception sort of thing.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
Oh, that was a bad roll.
So, Dahlia, you look at Erlin, and his face is completely still. Even though he's talking in kind of a hushed tone, you can't make heads or tails of where he's trying to go with this.
Dahlia will respond by saying, well, I've... Not often, but every now and again I'll go out, maybe hunt something if I have the time, or, have a cheeky drink. I do like my alcohol.
As do I. Well, it's nice to know you are not an absolute brick.
At that moment, one of the knights on horseback approaches the window of the carriage. Captain, we're approaching the city now. We will be at the barracks within the hour.
Very good, soldier. Continue your duties.
The knight bows to you, and then rides off to the front of the group.
Well, almost there.
Thank Pelor.
Perhaps some shut-eye before we reach our destination?
Feel free. I'm a bit restless after all this.
At this point, Dahlia will sort of lean back in whatever kind of cramped seat she's in and close her eyes. Not completely go to sleep, but more resting her eyes at this point.
Right, gotcha. All right. Erlin, you see the captain kind of lean back, close her eyes, kind of just trying to rest and everything. Is there anything that you would like to do at this moment?
I think Erlin would just kind of take in the sights as they're traveling. Not that he's had much else to do during the travel, but
okay.
he doesn't get out much, so he's just kind of enjoying it.
All right. Do you want to roll me a perception then as you look out the window, see what you can see?
Sure.
All right.
Solid.
All right. So you look out the window, and all you see are snow-covered hills. Maybe a couple of trees way out in the distance here or there, but nothing major stands out to you. You don't really see any people yet. Makes you kind of wonder, actually, like if you really are as close to the city as the knight said, based off of his judgment.
I love the idea that he just like notices a random frog or something and it just catches his attention. He just stares at this frog the whole
His
time.
attention's just locked on like a squirrel that just climbed up a tree.
All right. After about half an hour or so, the carriage comes across a hilltop, and as you are now at this, even with your perception, you can now see the city walls that seem to be maybe a couple hundred yards out in the distance, and slowly approaching closer and closer. And
As the oh sorry, go on.
I was just say Erling would like nudge Dahlia's shin with his foot. Almost there, Captain. Walls are in sight.
Oh, thank heavens. Now I'm thinking that we have to do the return journey. She's
I'd
kind of
rather not think about that right now.
yeah, she's kind of squeezing her eyes with her hands, as if she was asleep, but also as if to kind of nurse a headache. Well, perhaps if this goes well, and everything goes according to plan, we can, when we head back, I'll see about getting you some form of assignment to get you out of the castle, if it really is as boring as you say.
I would appreciate it, honestly. It's a bit of a bore walking the same grounds and the same halls all day.
Dahlia will think about, because I'm assuming that recruits towards the higher end of the Knights Corps would have accomplishments and such that they've done to reach those levels.
yeah, most people that are in the honor guard are considered to be the elite of the entire corps. They don't get there by circumstance. They really have to prove themselves to be able to get there. That being said, you know that the largest concentration of them is in the 1st district. Every so often, though, they may be used to go out accompanying more like what you could consider to be high-value peoples, being like nobles, the queen herself, yourself, things like that. So if there was as far as anything that you might be able to task him out with outside of the 1st district, it might be accompanying a noble, maybe like to his vacation home for a month or something along those lines.
Alan, how do you feel about escort missions?
I suppose it depends on the escort. I'd rather them be up for talking and not be too much of a... I'll hold my tongue there.
Yeah, Dahlia will give a bit of a chuckle and sort of look away as she does it. That's understandable. I've had my share of, shall we say, stick in the mud.
You meet plenty of them rising up in the ranks.
Oh, that's true. Some of the superiors around here are kind of a joke.
I am curious. How often do you go on these inspections?
More often than I would like. They're usually not exciting at all. In fact,
Well,
sometimes I would even go so far as to call them disappointing.
at the very least, it means we're doing our job.
Perhaps. Well, I suppose we'll know when we get there.
I'm hoping for some excitement, honestly.
Dahlia won't try to hide the inkling of excitement, not excitement, but recognition of what he's saying. And give him kind of an understanding glance when he says that.
Okay.
The squirrel makes eye contact. I only just read that.
All right. After a while, The carriage enters the city limits through a large stone archway, revealing the city interior. Buildings and homes of wood and brick line the streets, and occasionally a small flower garden hangs from some of the windows. Oh. Wreaths of garland are strung about all over the city, and you occasionally find a group of civilians gathered singing merry little rhymes as people walk past. Hundreds of people are dressed up in warm layers of cloaks and scarves and get out of the way of the carriage. And many of them point out and whisper amongst themselves as the carriage goes by.
The reeds on the doors, do they signify something in particular, or
Yes, actually,
something that happens?
you and Erlen would know. The reason for all the garlands and everything is that you have come into the festive season of Pelor's Rest. You know it to be a time.
Okay.
You know it to be a time of giving and a time of sharing the bountiful harvest after a hard summer's crop has been gathered, and it's a way that the communities are able to prosper through the harsh winter months.
Is this like a one-day thing, or does this last for a certain amount of time?
Typically, it lasts about a month.
Okay.
That's a lot of Christmas, basically.
It is.
Well, I mean, Christmas technically lasts a month anyways. We just officially celebrate it on a single day.
Fair point. Fair point.
It's
Okay.
very true.
Yep. Some of the children pretend to be riding horseback and try to keep up with the carriage as it goes by, but they are unable to. A couple of knights in green brigandine that patrol the streets snap to attention as the carriage comes and goes past. And let me readjust my map real quick. Here we are.
As he sees like the kids walking by and some of like the younger looking infantry, he'll give them all like a nod. And he'll give a little wave to the kids.
You see some of the kids, very cheerfully try to wave back and kind of like pretend to gallop in place as if they're, as they got like maybe broken broomsticks that they found and they're pretending to ride horseback. And, like I said, they're trying to keep up, but they just can't. The knights are like, they see the cart and all the honor guard, and they just seem to like freeze in place and presenting a salute. You can almost see like one of them trembling just from a quick glance, kind of like, oh shit, kind of like body language is almost very noticeable on that particular individual. Let's see. Where did here we go. Finally, the carriage enters through a steel gate and comes to a stop in front of a massive building. The windows indicate that there are hundreds of rooms inside. The rough exterior shows no frills or excessive architecture. If you didn't know any better, you would assume that this would be the city prison. Surrounding the facility, however, is a large field that is sectioned off into quarters. Each quarter seems to be a dedicated space for training.
So this is where soldiers would do things like marches, probably firing drills, that kind of thing.
Yep, exactly. As you're coming into the main entry point, you can kind of see what looks like almost like maybe a rotunda off to your right hand side. To your left hand side seems to be an obstacle course, and there seems to be even like a shooting range, or like an archery range a little bit further towards the back. And even though it's kind of hard to tell from the angle, it appears to be a large concreted area way out in the back.
The cart, I'm assuming, is going to reach the main HQ before it stops.
Yep.
Or is it going to stop here in the? Okay.
Yep. The carriage pulls around to the front, where the main entrance is at, and comes to a stop. And all the knights form up into straight lines going down either side of the main walkway. And one of them comes forward and opens the door for you to allow both you and Erlen out.
Before all that happens, I would like to, I suppose, not completely get up, but sort of scoot over to the entrance of the carriage that we're in, just to eyeball the different examinations that, examine the different drills that are going on, just to get like a basic view of what I'm in for here.
Okay. Roll me a perception then.
Okay. I should really keep my character sheet open. Ooh, that's a hefty loading. There we go. Perception.
Oh, wow.
no, sorry, that's the GM. So for reference, that was a 23.
Yes, that was
Oh,
a
nice.
23. Yes. All right. As before you get to the main front entrance there, to kind of backtrack just a little bit, you notice right as it's pulling in, you notice that there are a bunch of knights that seem to be more or less kind of lounging about, laying up against like the equipment. They kind of just seem to be chit chatting amongst themselves. But as the cart and the honor guard are pulling in, you notice that some of them kind of point out the carriage and everything that is coming in, and you also notice that after they do this, out of like almost like sheer instinct, you just notice like a whole bunch of them, especially closer over to where the obstacle course is at, just drop and start doing push-ups, like trying to look as busy as they possibly can.
That's a bad first impression.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
All right.
Well, I won't particularly give any of them a stink eye, but I will sort of look in the general direction of them and just pay attention to see if they notice that I've noticed them, essentially.
Right, gotcha. They see.
Erlen, just as like a side thing, is gonna like hold out the palm of his hand and like pretend to write stuff down as he sees this. And he's gonna like, as I guess once they're let out, he's gonna make sure that the Greenhorn troops can see this.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
Nice. All right. So the carriage pulls around up to the front, as I said earlier. The honor guard jump down off their horses, form up a nice, two columns that line either side of the doorway, and one of them opens up the door for you guys to be able to exit out. You notice that the few knights that would have been more or less closest to this area immediately pivot on their heels and start trying to walk in the opposite direction as if they didn't notice you. But they do see you, Erlen, seem to be vigorously writing down notes and everything, and they start trying to walk a little bit faster as if they're like pretending that they're like doing a quick march or something instead. And let me switch now. And
Just for the sake of being convincing, I'm gonna reach into my bag, take out a bit of parchment, and actually give it to him.
Oh,
nice.
Captain, you
Genuinely write
shouldn't
something.
have.
I'm expecting an empty sheet back, to be honest.
Oh, you absolutely will be getting back an empty sheet. He's just doing this to fuck with the troops.
Nice.
You just gotta be convincing as well.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. You two exit out of the cart and follow up the entry and enter into the barracks through a large set of oak double doors that stand about 10 feet tall. The warmth from 100 fireplaces washes over your bodies. You step on a highly polished black hickory stained floor, and the walls are decorated with paintings and shields representing many famous people throughout the Night Corps' long 3,500-year history.
Yeah, I'll definitely have a look at those to see if have I seen this. Like, have I been here before? Have I been to this particular HQ before?
Yes, you have been here before.
Okay. For the sake of it, I'll probably give them a glance just to see if there's a name that rings a bell.
Okay. Yeah, you're walking past, you see these paintings and you see these shields. One of them in particular really stands out almost immediately, and that's because it's presented very proudly at the center, like on a center podium about midway down the hallway. And it's a statue bust of Sir Seth Dawnwright, the hero that managed to fight off an invading force that tried to take down Fort Basilone 80 years ago in what is now known in the Night Corps as the Battle for Basilone Keep.
How do you spell his name?
It is, here, I'll type it out for you real quick.
Okay.
There we go. Sir Seth Dawnwright. Along the walls and everything, you do notice a couple of other odds and ends. One of them being even like a trophy that seems to have come from a giant, and it was his club. That is kind of splintered a little bit towards the very end. Has very rough, like almost leather bounds on it. Dahlia, you in particular would know that this was from an encounter that happened outside of Serpent's Harbor almost 300 years ago, back when the city was not as well guarded as it, well, at least you would assume it is today.
So I won't stop to look at the club itself, but for a brief moment, I'll stop to just stare a little bit at the Donright bust. I'm not gonna lie, saying stop to stare at a bust is a bit sketchy.
Phrasing.
Yeah.
Yep.
The imagery. I'll look at the imagery for a while. And expressionless, I'll walk away and continue towards the inspection.
Okay, Erlin, are you interested in anything here, or would you like to follow behind the captain?
He'd probably take a glance over like the paintings and see if there are any names that he's heard of besides Seth Donright.
Yep. You look at a couple of the other paintings. Go ahead and give me a history with advantage.
Okay. 14.
Okay. So with a 14, you do recognize that there's about a handful here that you could remember off the top of your head. And that's mainly because about the 3 or 4 of them that you do recognize, you'd actually learned about recently as when you went to go join the Honor Guard, as these were officers that eventually did get promoted into the Honor Guard themselves. You recognize the names Derek Crucifix. Derek.
Ooh, that's a second name and a half.
Crucifix. And then you'll recognize Aaron Singer. Or Aaron Signer, rather. And you also recognize Nancy Upfield.
Ah.
Yeah, these 3 in particular you recognize. They were once part of the officer corps. That was roughly about 150 years ago. And they actually came from Serpent's Harbor. They were recognized for the defense of the city in a orc attack. And because of their leadership tactics and everything, they were offered the position of Honor Guard because of how effective their tactics were in defending the city.
Gotcha. Very cool. After that, he'd follow after the captain.
Okay. Excuse me.
Alia will be kind of walking through the hall with her hand now at this point will be sort of gripping not the handle, but just under the handle of her mace with one arm, while the other one swings with purpose as she's headed towards this inspection.
Okay. Knights in green brigadine start scrambling to the position of attention as you walk past and present a salute. Continuing down the long hallway, you come upon the Great Hall. Inside, there are dozens of knights cleaning weapons, eating drumsticks of meat, and conversing amongst themselves. Massive, long dining tables and benches fill most of the space. At the head of the room, another long table sits perpendicular to the rest, with a large open space separating them. The space is typically used for small formations and entertainment purposes. Adorning the walls are decorative garlands and candles, as is traditional for this time of season. One of the officers looks up and sees you, Dahlia, and immediately calls his platoon to fall in. Knights! Captain on deck! Fall in! A group of about 60 knights that seem to have been in the hall, in the Great Hall, excuse me, rush over to the front of the Great Hall and form 3 rows of 20 and stand at attention with kite shields in their left hand and their fists straight down at their side. Their feet are planted together. The officer pivots on his heel and presents a salute to you, Dahlia, as you approach. Captain, platoon is formed. All has been quiet in the city according to the reports from my knights. Nothing further to report.
Well, that's good news at least. You so just looking mighty fine all of a sudden. Shall we begin this inspection? And as I say that, I will have a balled up kind of fist saluting via my upper chest. Yes, I'd like to examine the gear first, if that's all right.
Inspection, of course. I didn't realize you were here for an inspection. Right, yes, of course, Captain. And he pivots on his heel and looks to all of his men. Inspection! And they all snap to the position of parade rest where their feet go shoulder width apart, and they put the fist that was down at their side into the small of their back, kite shield still resting in their left arms with the point resting on the ground. He pivots back to you, Captain, to you, Dahlia, and he's looks to you and presents another salute. Ready for inspection, Captain.
Very good. And I'll turn to Erlen as well and say, stick close and make as many notes as you can. We're going to do this fast. So,
Of course, Captain. I already have a page of notes.
fantastic. And Dahlia will know he's kind of bullshitting, I think, at this point, but we'll just play along with it for the most part.
Yeah, you notice the captain, you notice that the officer there kind of seems like, even though he's now standing at the position of a parade rest, you could kind of notice that he's kind of like shaking inside of his armor a little bit.
I was gonna say, as I was looking at the gear, I was gonna check each individual to see how much they're sweating.
All right.
So I'll start examining the armor mostly, and then move on to like their shield and then their weapon to just see the quality and the upkeep, essentially.
Okay. As you walk up and down the line, you see that the knight's armor is pristine, with polished shields and helmets. Even their boots seem to be polished. All except for 3 knights at the very back, where their gear is a little less well taken care of, and some of the cloth from their brigandines is stained with mud.
So, upon kind of running through each row individually and giving as much attention to each detail as I can, Dahlia will turn with a very stern look towards the officer and say, well, most of your gear is in check and good quality and looked after. I say most, and I turn to look at the 3 who are not in, proper garb or well looked after garb and give them a bit of a stink eye.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps
It's like the officer is like trying to start saying something, but you cut him off instead.
Perhaps I should teach them how to dress themselves correctly.
No need, Captain. They just came off of guard duty last night. I try to get everyone to make sure their equipment is maintained and well working order every morning, and that's usually about an hour from now when we get all together and get this all sorted out. Apparently, there's some drunk tiefling that was at the arena last night and started trying to start up a scuffle with these 3. They ended up having to arrest him, and he's sitting in a cell until he sobers up.
A soldier should be prepared for anything at any time. When you wake up, your gear should be intact and ready to go, not in this kind of state. And at this point, she's kind of got her back to the officer and is just looking at one of the soldiers in particular, like the one who's probably like in the worst condition.
Mm-hmm.
I suggest that you clean up appropriately. And while he's standing there, just sort of shivering, I'm gonna say now, and expect him to actually do something.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, because of your position of office and with your tone and everything, I'm actually gonna say you don't need to roll intimidation on that. The 3 of them all together, they snap to attention, present a salute, waiting for you to return it.
Erlen, just as a side thing, like, he wants to make sure at least the commanding officer of these troops hears this. He just goes, "For shame." He starts writing a little faster.
Oh, good lord.
Nice.
These soldiers are gonna shit themselves.
Oh yeah, Erlen's fucking hazing the shit out of these soldiers.
Nice.
So while they're still sorting the gear out, I don't really return a salute. I wait until they're done.
Well, they're waiting to move until like you say something or give them back a salute.
Oh, so
They're
yeah,
just
while
standing
they're
there.
still saluting, then I'll sort of break pose a little bit, raise my hand and wave it sort of forward and say, "Chop chop, let's go, come on."
And in unison, "Aye, Captain." and they both do or all three of them do an about face, which is where they pivot on their heels to do a complete 180 and march off as fast as they can out and around the Great Hall, past everybody, and out the Great Hall, assumedly towards their dorm rooms, to go start cleaning off their equipment.
While that's happening, I will turn to Erlen with a bit of a cheeky smile and say, "See, I told you. Sometimes my position has its perks."
Oh, I'm loving this, Captain. I'm here for it. He'll like whisper, "Am I laying it on too thick, or is this good?"
More. Actually, more.
Oh, absolutely, Captain.
Very nice.
So yeah, at that point, well, I'll sit and wait patiently, and I'll scan the rest of the troops to see for moments of inconsistency in their form, or moments where they get tired or bored, and start to kind of ease up a little bit, just to see if I spot anything.
Right, gotcha. As you're standing there, the officer that seems to be in charge, you still notice that he's kind of shaking in his armor a little bit, maybe even noticing a drop of sweat that starts to go down his brow. And as you're nonchalantly kind of glancing over the platoon, for the most part, everybody seems to be. It almost seems like the individual knights themselves have more bearing than their officer does. With the exception of one who kind of shifts his weight on his feet just slightly. But you notice that his head wobbles a little bit side to side as he shifts his weight left and right.
Should I be a dick?
Well, do you want me to be a dick for you?
Go for it.
I'm assuming Erlin would also notice this because he is paying attention to the soldiers.
Yeah, I would say that Erlen noticed as well.
Okay. Erlin's gonna walk up right behind the soldier and just like almost like make sure that the soldier can hear the pen to paper as Erlin's basically breathing down his neck at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just gonna like just mutter, it's a few points off.
Nice.
And then he'll walk past.
Very nice.
We're soldiers. I love this job.
After you finish inspecting the platoon, you notice a tall, slightly plump man with graying hair, wearing red brigandine, comes out from the back of the Great Hall, where you know that where the officers normally the officers' entrance is at, and approaches you two. You know this to be the commanding officer of the Southern Division, Commander Dyers. He snaps to attention before you, Dahlia, with his left arm cradling his helmet against his side, and presents a salute with his right hand. Captain, it is an honor to have you join us for Pelor's Rest. Had I known that you were coming, I would have made sure that you received the appropriate greetings someone like yourself deserves.
I'm tempted to pull a Gandalf and say that the manner of your hall has been late or something like that. What does he says when he enters?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. It was in the Two Towers when he goes into
to see King
Rohan.
Theoden.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I could remember the phrase. Fuck.
Oh man, I know, same.
But Dahlia will respond by saying, I'm not here for some festival. I'm here to conduct my inspection, and that's all I'm here for.
Inspection, of course. I'll have you know that we can be ready for an inspection at a moment's notice. You have nothing to fear from my division here. And right as he says this,
looks back at the other three that were like really badly dressed. I'll be the judge of that.
Yes.
Or rather, we will, and I'll look at Erlen.
Yes, of course, Captain. If I'm assuming, based off of the platoon that's here, you have already began the inspections?
Yes, the basic ones anyway. By the way, Erlen, make a note of that.
Of course, Captain.
I'm gonna leave that I'm just gonna leave that hanging because I'm looking directly at this. What's he? He's a lieutenant, is he?
He's commander.
Commander.
It's
So yeah, I look towards Erlen when I say it, and then look back at the commander without saying anything else.
Erlen just shakes his head at the commander.
Oh God.
the Commander Dyer's just for a split second, his eyes shift from you, Dahlia, and looks over at Erlen, who's like scribbling stuff down, and then snaps them right back to you. It's just that brief moment that he broke. Broke his apparent posturing here, thinking that he's hot shit. And it's like just you could have sworn that perhaps there was a drop of sweat starting to form just above his brow. Well, yes, of course, Captain. And he turns to the officer. Go ahead and spread the word. Have all the captains bring in their platoons for inspection. And the officer that's with this platoon presents a salute to the commander. He's like, of course, Commander. Turns back to his platoon. Platoon, fall out! And row by row, they slowly file around the Great Hall, fall out, with the commander at the back shouting out cadence as they go. And now you are currently in a empty Great Hall with just the commander there. The commander gestures out his arm. Would you like to sit up here at the officers' table, Captain?
Briefly, I could do with a meal if you have one.
Oh, yeah, of course. We just finished up with breakfast, but I'm sure we have plenty of delicious things that are left that the cooks could be able to muster for you at a moment's notice.
I'm assuming there's some of the drumsticks are still sort of sitting around.
Yeah, you'll notice that the captain's table seems to have the best food. There's like drumsticks, almost seems like a full turkey is there. There's all sorts of like mashed potatoes, stuffing, even a whole bunch of very different types of pies. There's even a couple of bottles of wine that are laid out or that are all staged about every other chair across the captain's tables.
I'll probably just pull one of the still warm drumsticks and I suppose offer it to Erlen, even.
Thank you, Captain. And he'll take it.
These will do for now, and I'll take one myself. And probably, I want to say head out to see how the troops are doing. I'm assuming they're going to be starting like their routines and stuff like that, so I can pay attention to them and watch them. Is that what's going on now?
No, he had just sent the other officer off to inform all the other officers to muster their platoons. So now all the other platoons will be coming in for uniform inspections.
Ah, okay. In that case, then yeah, I'll sit at the officer's table then.
Okay. So, and as you go to sit down, you take a giant bite out of your drumstick with almost like super aggressively as you stare at this commander, and you slowly sit down into his seat. And just as you do, the commander kind of gives like a slight gulp, and almost immediately after that, you notice the next officer with his platoon marching into the Great Hall with all of his troops behind him. The rest of your morning continues on like this, with group after group finding more failures in uniform upkeep. Commander Dyers looks on with a twitching half smile with each failure that comes up.
Is it like a consistent failure where there's a few each time, or is it getting worse each time?
I would say that it's pretty consistent for the most part, where it's a couple here or there where it's like maybe one night has one boot polished and the other one hasn't been polished yet this morning, and it's kind of got, you can see like the mud tracks coming off of him. Or maybe the other one where it's like his cape isn't perfectly aligned, it's like askewed off to the right a little bit. Or you go to inspect like some of their weapons, and because they haven't properly oiled them, they're stuck in their sheaths. Things like that.
Okay. As the inspections go on, eventually Dahlia will turn to the commander and say, I would like a list of every individual who I've had any kind of chat with. I want names.
Oh, yes, of course, Captain. Captain turns back to the officer and tells the officer in a hushed voice, more or less what you just told him. And the officer gives a salute to the commander. He's like, "Yes, commander." And then the last platoon marches off out of the Great Hall. You guys are now in an empty space.
Just in terms of like the DM talk here, like I'm not expecting an actual fucking list of names. Just to point that out, so you don't have to worry.
Okay.
I'm not that mean of a player.
Yeah, no. If I were to give you like a rough estimate based on the size of the division that is here, you would be expecting a list of about 30 names from the 12 different platoons that showed up for inspection today.
Oof, maybe I should ease up on being so picky. Although this is fun. I like
Okay.
having authority in D&D. It's a different taste.
Shortly, after a short little while and a very awkward silence, as the commander is kind of trying to keep his posture as if he's very proud, but at the same time, you can kind of tell that he's a little on edge. A group of officers come in 2 columns that approach up to the front and present a salute to the commander. He gives a salute back, and he walks down to them, gathering up the papers, and he hands them over to you, and you have the list of about the 30 names of the individuals and their infractions from the inspection earlier.
The officers themselves, I'm assuming, are up to snuff, and they're not unkempt, and they're
it's
effective. I'm assuming, yeah.
Well, it looks like based off the uniform inspections alone, the officers are very much on point.
Okay.
All right.
Well, perhaps we can move on to something more practical.
Yes, of course, Captain. Officers, prepare for drill. And all the officers then present a salute to him. Aye, Commander. They about face and march back out of the Great Hall. Captain, allow me to guide you to our gallery box, and we can begin the drill procedures.
Very well.
Okay. With that, he gestures forward towards the entry of the Great Hall as a means of, like, follow me this way. And he leads you up the flight of stairs up to the 2nd floor. And then you enter onto a covered balcony that has a row of plush red-covered chairs near the edge. In the center of the chairs is a small fire pit. However, its warmth is minimal in the biting wind rushing across the balcony. From here, you have a perfect view of the entire courtyard at the rear of the building. It's about a 100-yard long paved slab of concrete. The captain turns to you all after gesturing towards the seats, and looks to you, Dahlia and Erlin, and says, "Would you like to have any kind of drinks? We have some of the finest wines in the kingdom."
Yeah, I would rather remain sober for this, but Erlin, you're welcome to have a drink in moderation if you wish.
I'd rather not drink on duty. In fact, I'd say that's another thing to write down.
Very good.
Yeah, a
Shouldn't
very
be,
obvious
shouldn't even be on the table.
A very obvious drip of sweat now pours down from his brow and almost seems to freeze at the very edge of his brow in the cold wind.
There's a hint of pride in Dahlia's voice at the fact that Erlin turned down the drink.
Nice. With that, he gives off.
Erlin's not stupid.
With that, the commander clears his throat and walks back over to another officer that was standing by the doorway. And even from here, you could hear him talk in, again, kind of a hushed voice to the other officer. But he tells him that the units could be able to begin with the drill procedures. The officer presents a salute and then heads out the doorway. And for a while, it's just awkward silence again up on the balcony. All you hear is the crackling of the fire and the wind brushing against the side of the building.
Dahlia will turn to Erlin, and having seen a mixture of qualities, let's say, we'll ask, what do you think we should expect here?
Well, is it just us two in the...
The commander is standing off to the side, but he's He's very much looking like or trying to look like he's not listening. You could roll an insight to see how effectively he's doing at that.
Absolutely. I will do so. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Okay, well, to you, Erlin, it looks like he is trying to keep his military tact and trying to give you guys the appropriate amount of space, and he just seems to be very much just almost like stoic with his posturing right now. He seems extremely confident to you.
Okay. I think regardless, Erlin would lean in a little bit, just in case his voice ends up carrying.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll say, in all honesty, I don't think they're doing that bad. That offering wine, that was legitimately a rather large oversight on their part. I did actually write that one down.
I love the idea of you just having a sheet of paper with nothing on it except they offered us wine.
Well, at this point, it's like he specifically wrote down anything that Delia had told him to write, and then he also wrote that down, and then the rest of it is like ineligible
Scribbles.
scribbles across the page. So if he sets it down, it's like, oh, he must just have bad handwriting.
Nice.
But no, I think that was actually rather idiotic of them. Otherwise, I don't actually think they're doing that bad. I mean, a few infractions here and there, but I mean, from inspections I've been through, it could have been worse for sure.
I'm inclined to agree. I'd admit I'm a little stricter than the average, but I have my reasons for that. Well, we'll see how they are with their drills, and if they're up to snuff, we'll go easy on them.
Absolutely.
Although, I would like to haze this commander a little bit more.
Yes, it seems he's a bit nervous, isn't he?
Just a tiny bit, yes. I'm gonna try and be as stealthy as I can with the last couple of words, just to, because I don't want him knowing what we're doing, basically.
Okay. Yeah, roll me, let's say roll me stealth with advantage because of all the wind noise and everything.
Okay.
Do you want us both to roll for this?
Well, I think it was more specifically Dahlia saying something at that particular point.
Okay. Oh no.
Well, you did have the advantage.
Oh. Yeah, but it's a neutral roll because of the heavy armor.
Would the heavy armor matter for talking?
Probably not.
I'm gonna waive it just because you're
talking.
talking. Yeah, I'm gonna waive it just because you're talking.
Okay.
It's not like you're actively trying to sneak up on somebody. So yeah,
Okay.
you were able to keep it in a very hushed tone. The wind noise is too much that even with him only being about 10 feet away, he has no idea what you just said.
All right, Grant.
All right.
That would have been very fucking embarrassing. It's like, that's a legitimate, like a natural one. That's a legitimate Homer Simpson whisper right there.
All right, at that moment, you could hear the marching of what seems to be hundreds of individuals, and you all witness as platoon after platoon enter the courtyard in formation until there are 12 groups staged slightly apart from each other at the rear half of the courtyard. Going left to right, each platoon begins to march forward, demonstrating their ability to move as one before returning back to their start position and allowing the next group to start their drill. Even from this distance, you're able to pick out the poor standard drill movements.
Oh. As she's sort of wandering along the balcony, keeping an eye on all of this stuff, each time she spots something, she'll let out a louder and louder sigh. And in some cases, when she sees a particularly bad one, she'll give like a sort of a really noticeable nod of her head in disappointment.
Okay. So, would either of you like to see what the commander looks like at this point?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, both of you give me a perception then.
Okay.
Okay, 15.
Okay. You both, after all of Dahlia's sighing. It's getting louder and louder. You kind of glance out of the corner of your eye here to see what the commander looks like he's doing. And even though he's standing a little bit off to the side here, you could visibly see him just grinding his teeth at the failure. And each time, it seems like he just, you can almost like hear his teeth grinding against each other, to the point where you could almost swear that he's like biting his tongue at this point, like literally biting his tongue. He seemed to have high hopes. He seemed to have high hopes for the drill segment, and he's very much feels like he's been, what would we call it? Upstaged, or not upstaged, but he very much feels like that he had promised something that his knights almost purposely failed to deliver for him.
Eventually, following a sort of an end to the drills, and when they all kind of stop and are in a command formation, without saying a word, Dahlia will raise her hand and sort of, with one finger will give a come here kind of, how do you describe it? Like when you put your finger up and just
That come here gesture.
wobble it back and forth. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
come here gesture. Yeah.
So you're wanting him to approach you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The commander does kind of a bit of like a side shuffle, like almost like he's trying to stay at the position of attention, and kind of side shuffles behind your chair and leans over, so you can speak to him like almost quietly if necessary.
I'm thinking of a word. Can you guess that word?
I'm afraid I'm not sure by what you're asking of me, Captain.
Embarrassing. That's the word. That display was embarrassing. You're the leader of this area, correct?
Yes, of course, Captain.
Depending on how the end of the day goes, that may not be true for too much longer.
With
If you don't
that,
get these soldiers up to snuff, I will take control of this place. Or send someone that I can trust to do it. Because clearly I can't trust you.
with that,
Just a stare, basically.
with that, you actually hear, what sounds like a moist bit of meat that's getting chewed on, just like that one noise. And he just gives a little slight nod and gives a bit of a grunt, and you notice as he goes to lean back, just a tiny bit of blood trickle out of the corner of his mouth.
Did he just crack a tooth?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, she'll go from the stink eye to looking at Erlen and just give sort of a cheeky smile of almost pride.
Erlen will nod to Captain. Well done. I think you
Thank
got
you.
the point across.
All right. At that
Is
moment,
there...
oh, go ahead.
I was just trying to ask, is there other drills or inspections to do, or?
Yeah. There's still more throughout the day.
Okay.
At that moment, another officer comes back to the door, and the commander goes to speak to him real briefly, and then looks back to you all. If you would like, Captain, we could break for lunch, and then continue with the inspections afterwards.
Oh, actually, I want to ask the DM something here,
Okay.
just to be sure of something. Sorry, this is not going to go well for the recording. I just realized, but I gotta ask.
Okay. Yeah, it's. I mean, I can edit if necessary.
All right, grand.
Okay. Let me click over here real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, just as a reminder to you and Erlen, by this point, after they finished doing the drill procedures, it's about noon now.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question of what time it was.
Yep. The uniform inspections took a very long time. Took you about 4 hours this morning. 4 to 5 hours this morning, and now the about another hour worth of drill, and just watching platoon after platoon just do abysmally, based off
Yeah.
of what you'd seen.
Well, I suppose, Erlen, now you know why I'm being so harsh, because I gotta get my fun, because this is boring.
Oh yeah, Erlen is bored out of his fucking mind too. He's probably started like just drawing on the pages on the downtime where he's not writing anything. So it's like these really bad like scribbles of like maybe like two soldiers fighting, and then like he probably tried to like do a really like piss poor scribble of one of them in like their shitty form during the drills, and just all these random
Oh.
scribbles.
Just for the hell of it, could we try do like a performance or something? Because I've had this running gag that's happened in like 3 different campaigns now, where
Right.
someone in the campaign has tried to draw a dog, and it ended up turning out like a giraffe. It's happened 3 times in 3 different campaigns.
Do
I mean,
you?
it's not completely necessary, but
You know what? I'm kind of
Sorry.
curious here. You give me a performance check to see how good your drawings are.
Okay.
Okay. With an 11, they're recognizable as what you intended them to be. They seem to be more or less stick figures with some crude representations for like armor and shields and that sort of thing. But it's definitely no artiste level that you would expect to do like the paintings that are in the halls that you came in through earlier. But it's at least recognizable as what you were trying to draw.
Oh yeah, and just to add one more, he's like in the corner of one of the pages. He's gonna draw the commander the best as he can, crying.
oh god.
Nice. I'm going to say with
yeah,
that one, based on your performance, that although it doesn't look necessarily like the commander, it's enough based off of all the other imagery to kind of more or less indicate that, yeah, this is somebody who's very upset about what's going on.
Dahlia will eventually notice that suddenly he's not writing, he appears to be moving on the page, and lean over to see what he's drawn, and would say, not bad, needs a bit of work, but, and then point towards the one of the commander crying, and say, there's definitely potential.
Oh, I think this one's perfect, actually. I'm no artist. I'm just bored out of my fucking mind. Excuse my French.
As am I. Perhaps we will take you up on the offer for lunch.
Yes, of course, Captain. Follow me back down to the Great Hall, and you have, of course, the my seat at the captain's table, and we will make sure that we have the best food available for you. Blood trickles out of the corner of his mouth a little bit more as he talks.
Perhaps you should clean that up anyway. And I'll hand him a bit of cloth.
The captain hesitantly takes up the cloth and everything and kind of looks back to his officer, and the officer just like taps on it on his cheek there where the bleeding is at, and the commander goes to wipe with it and realizes that there's blood there, and like just puts the rag back onto his face. He's like, yes, of course, Captain.
Oh god.
He didn't even
She'll
realize
just
he
give,
did
like,
it.
Just as he says that, she'll just give like a small nod and the tiniest little sigh, and then walk past towards the lunch area.
All right.
Oh my god. This fucking commander, guys.
It's not going well for him.
No, it is definitely not.
So
Okay.
painful.
Okay. You all go back down the stairs, following behind the commander and the officer, which at this point you kind of assume is like his secretary. And go back into the Great Hall and up to the captain's table that's at the head. And sit down and patiently wait for the lunch to come in. You'll notice that very slowly, platoon after platoon file in, very much like they seem to be moving with purpose now, and they're very much rigid and almost robotic as they all march into place, turn to face inwards towards the tables, and all as one go to sit down. And throughout lunch, you'll notice that even like how they eat almost seems robotic, as like every spoonful of stew that they pick up is methodical and, you know, borderline warforged like.
Jesus. I think I've actually, no, I will say in character, actually, with, I'm assuming I'm sitting next to Ellen at this point.
Yes.
So noticing this behavior, I'll lean in a little bit and say, I think I may be having an effect on them. And just, like, eyeball them as they're robotically eating their food.
What I'm wondering is why the training into their form and eating food didn't go into the training for the drills.
It's a very good question.
I think there's
Perhaps
a
they're more
mismanagement of time here.
Oh, definitely. Perhaps they're more used to eating the food than they are to doing the drills.
You look
That makes
left. You
sense.
look left and right, and all the captains also seem to be doing the exact same thing now, with the exception of the commander, who just seems to be refusing to eat at all.
Eat all your vegetables, little man. And I'll actually call that across the room.
The commander says nothing, and tries like not to look directly at you, but then slowly reaches forward and grabs up his spoon and tries to take a spoonful of his stew as well.
I'm just picking on this guy, I really am.
The commander's 100% going to stress vomit after all of this. That's why he's not eating.
Yep. And
That and the fact that he probably has a toothache.
you do notice, though, with the other officers that are sitting around you, they look terrified right now. It seems that word has gotten out about how strict that you had been with your inspection, and everybody is on edge right now. And it has definitely had a trickle-down effect.
I think at this point, Erlin's starting to kind of feel bad for these guys a little bit, but he's so committed to it at this point that he can't back down.
Nice.
Like he's got to see it through.
Right. So, meanwhile, while you guys are doing all of that, a Kenku across town, dressed in fancy clothing made of dark-colored silks, sits behind his long mahogany desk and counts the gold pieces splayed out across its surface. 788, 789. Here we are. I need that. Okay. He moves his feathered hand across the desk, sliding one coin after another and slowly stacking them as he goes. The office room itself is covered in flyers, paintings, and tokens from victories of many famous fighters that have passed through the halls of the new Boston Fight Arena organization. 793, 794. Suddenly, the door bursts open so vigorously, the door slamming against the wall. It causes the desk to shake just enough that it causes all the coins to topple over. Standing in the doorway is a woman with dirty blonde hair and honey-colored eyes. Darcy, would you like to introduce your character?
Yes. Again, they have like dirty blonde hair with the honey golden eyes. They've got a light tan going on. Probably dressed in like a tunic of neutral colors, not really prepped for fighting, just kind of relaxing if not. But yeah, definitely kick that door down with the intent to scatter the coins I know he's counting and be like, oh, sorry, did I do that?
The Kenku looks up at you and stares with this like annoyed expression on his face, which is surprisingly impressive considering that he's a bird. Hey, I'm counting here.
Why don't we pause that and let's talk about this? And I'll pull up one of these flyers that I had found.
What? I don't see what the problem is here. It's Pelor's Rest. I thought maybe the organization could potentially give an opportunity to some of the common folk about maybe earning a little bit extra for the holidays. What do you think?
I think you probably should have passed this with me first before you went ahead and agreed to this.
I thought I might have forgotten something. And he's like slowly trying to pull the coins back towards him as he's like, seems like he's trying to get ready to start counting again. Well? Are you gonna stay there gawking at me? Or are you gonna say something?
I definitely would walk up to his table at this point And any coins that he's like trying to stack back up, just like I'm pulling that cat move where I'm just slowly dragging it off the table.
No, no, no. And he tries to reach out for the coin right before it falls off the table. Ah!
Striker, these are common people. You don't even know if any of them have combat experience. We don't hold punches back.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the idea. They have to try to last 3 minutes in the ring with you. It even says so on the flyer. And he tries to tap out the point on the flyer.
Have you been in any of your arena matches?
Well, I've been, manager at the side ring.
It's not the same thing.
No, I suppose not, but that's why you're the fighter and I'm the manager. I'm good at counting money and you're good at fighting. Excuse me. So, I know it's kind of last minute and everything, but you could potentially really make a commoner's life really, really good this month if you move ahead with the tournament tonight. He stares at you, waiting for some kind of response from you.
Right. She's definitely she's maintaining that eye contact, not really say anything just yet, kind of making him wait a little bit.
And you, at this point here, he's he seems to have seems like he's been in this kind of situation before. He just props up one of his feathered arms up against the table there, rests his beak on what you assume would be his fist, and just stares back at you. He doesn't seem to be fazed by your silent treatment.
I knocked the rest of his money off the table.
At that point, he like shrieks out with a fuck and like throws his arms up. Not my gold!
Oh my god.
And he like lunges over the table and starts like trying to stop the coins as they're running all over the place to try to gather them back up. And you can now see like his full body. He is a plump looking crow man.
Love it. We're stress magnets, but somehow he's like a gold magnet. He's gold.
What time is this supposed to happen?
Well, we'll be starting the tournaments at 7 o'clock tonight.
Okay, hopefully it's about time. Okay. Fine. If you do this again, there won't be an again.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be the case. I'm sure of it. And it almost sounds sarcastically, and he's still trying to gather up his gold, not even looking at you.
Cool. I think at some point, while he's doing that, I'm just gonna dip out. I'm not gonna give him the satisfaction of continuing this with him.
Okay. With that, you storm out of the room, leaving this fat Kenku to gather up his gold, not even given the courtesy to close the door.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay. With that... Excuse me.
I love a session 0 where every player's a dickhead.
It's a solid start, honestly.
Yep.
Where's my vacation time?
Okay. With that, we'll switch back to you, Dahlia, and Erwin. It is now 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the commander leads you all out to the what appears to be a covered podium with more cushioned seats and a small fire that's in between them, just like it was up on the balcony after you have finished your lunch. This spot is towards the western wall of the facility. Oh, sorry, not western. The northeastern. My bad. You can see on the map there, it seems like 4 boxes that kind of surround each other with like dirt in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you currently are. Excuse me. Yeah.
So I'm assuming at this point we've seen most of the soldiers and we have an inkling of how things are going here and things like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there much left to do?
You have one major thing left to do, and that is the combat training inspection, and which is
boy.
why you are in this
Oh
spot.
boy.
Yes. So, this particular podium that you're in is at the highest point. There are other pews and covered boxes that shape out a small arena that's large enough for about a small squad to be able to fight in at a time. You guys sit down into the chairs and watch as all the other knights start filing into the boxes and seem to be waiting patiently at the moment for everybody to more or less get into place.
For now, Dahlia will sit intent and just keep a stern look at everyone who's about to engage.
Okay. So for the for the moment, this music should be fine. I knew I forgot something. It was okay. Yeah, I knew I forgot something. Damn it. Okay. Anyways.
All right, as a DM, I can vouch that there's always one thing you'll forget.
Yeah, I forgot one song.
Absolutely.
It's completely inevitable.
Okay. The commander is off at his position again, off towards your left, Dahlia, slightly away from you guys. Seems like he's got a wad of something in his mouth now, as his cheek puffs out a little bit. But he stands in his posture as he did before, and notifies the officer next to him to begin the inspection. You notice for the next several hours, squad after squad comes into the arena, and they start facing off in threes against each other. During the battle training, you find that a lot of the knights have slacked off, and they are not able to parry as often as they should, and take blows from each other that you know they should be able to avoid or counter effectively. Commander Dyers stands next to you, Dahlia, with his face in his hand at this point, as group after group make what is very obviously beginner mistakes.
Oh. So it's gotten so bad now the commander isn't even trying to hide his disappointment.
Yes.
Oh, Lord. With a heavy sigh, Dahlia will stand up. Cease activities for a second. Erlen, if you will, come with me, and I'll head towards the
Of
arena.
course. Erlen stands up and follows.
So I'll gesture him to stand opposite me and draw my mace.
Oh,
Draw your weapon.
are we in the middle?
Yeah, did you go down
Yeah,
into
I'm
the
assuming
arena?
we'd be like, oh yeah, it'd be in the arena, yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Okay. You halt as you guys walk down out of the podium and you enter into the arena. All the people that are doing their combat right now, they just immediately like freeze and come to the position of attention as you enter into the space.
How do I want to do this? I'm going to want to try to imitate some of the forms that the soldiers were using, but do it correctly with Erlen.
Okay.
All right. I dig it. Erlen will draw his rapier.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, I'll do attack and defensive sort of maneuvers based on what I saw the soldiers doing, and then I will assume that Erlen will be able to understand, and he would have training in these maneuvers, so he would be able to demonstrate them correctly.
Okay. As you guys both pull up your weapons, the knights that were currently in the ring all back off to the side walls. They seem to be like panting actually from the combat that they were doing, and wait with bated breath. How about you both? Dahlia, you give me athletics at advantage, and Erlen, you give me acrobatics at advantage.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. It's not terrible. Oh,
Oh.
I'm a little behind.
Okay. Dahlia, it is very obvious based off of your experience and everything that you have mastered these moves. Erlen, even for as skilled as you are, it is taking every bit of your effort to be able to pull off these maneuvers to defend yourself against Dahlia's blows. It seems like Dahlia, like when it comes to combat, is takes it extremely seriously, and it kind of takes you back by surprise. You manage to block off every blow and pull off the maneuvers the way that you're supposed to, but it seems like Dahlia was like holding nothing back against you in this process.
Okay.
On finishing the demonstration, I will turn to Erlen and say, that was actually mighty impressive. I had to actually go serious on you for a change. That was very good.
I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting it. You caught me a little off guard.
Well, you handled it with grace, so that's promising.
I tried.
And completely out loud, I will say, perhaps you might be better in charge here than some other people, as I turn toward to look at the commander again.
Yeah, you see the commander up in the box. He hadn't left his spot from earlier. But you, do you have thaumaturgy, Dahlia?
I don't know. Hang on a sec. I don't think I do. Oh, actually, yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
You're currently in a position here where you can use your thaumaturgy here and directly, because pretty much the entire division is gathered here. You can pretty much address everybody right now if you so choose.
Shame him in
Yeah.
front of the whole division.
Yeah, I'll make it look like I added the thaumaturgy sooner than I wanted to, but not like it wasn't intentional, but I don't care that I did it, kind of thing.
Okay.
And then follow up in the thaumaturgy by just essentially relaying information about the demonstration to the soldiers to try and help them to improve.
Okay. Erlen, do you have anything that you want to add on with that?
Yeah, he'd sheath his rapier and obviously not quite as loudly address the commander. With me in charge at your post, I'd have these made a little more in shape within a few months. I suggest you step it up.
At this point, you see the commander up in the box. You pick his head up out of his hand here, comes to attention, and salutes both you and Dahlia, but does not say anything in return. He is at the point where it seems like he is visibly broken, as he's not as rigid as he once was. Even from this distance, you could swear that you maybe saw a tear freeze on his cheek.
Oh.
It seems. Do you want to do an insight?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Natural one.
Oh no!
Oh boy!
You're enjoying it too much. You're enjoying it too much.
I'm enjoying it a little too much. This is par for the course. This
Yep.
checks out.
All right. Aside from the description I've already given you, you don't notice anything else.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we've made him break formation several times, break his strictness. We've made him crack a tooth, and we've made him cry. I think it's mission accomplished.
We've broken him all but physically.
That can be arranged too, but not now.
Right.
Yeah, let's not do any more than we have to right now.
Okay. All right. With that, it is now 5 o'clock in the afternoon as the inspections come to a close. You both return to the barracks. Behind the rest of the division, you pretty much allow everybody to go into the barracks or into the main facility ahead of you all, as you kind of just notice how everybody at this point seems to be rather defeated. They still try to march in group together, but like at this point they're like not even. It's almost noticeable. It's like they're not even trying anymore, because it's like based off of everything that's been said. And the rumors that have seem to have trickled down throughout the officer corps down to all the other knights, they know they're in trouble.
Yep, I did my job.
Yep.
I feel good. I feel really good.
All right. And as you go to approach back up to the main entrance, you have an officer standing there waiting for you. And he presents a salute to both of you. Captain, Chief Lieutenant, I have your rooms that are prepared if you would wish to follow me.
I'll turn to Erlen to see his opinion on this.
Wonderful. Yes, it's been a long day. Rest is in order.
Very
Agreed.
well. This way, please. I shall lead you up to the rooms. And he then guides you through the facility up to the 4th floor. And you could tell here that this is primarily the officer's suite. He takes you all the way down to the far end of the hallway to 2 other separate rooms. These rooms are by far the most luxurious rooms you've seen in the entire facility. It's almost as if these are specially reserved for like the likes of nobles and royalty. They're so nice.
One of the things Dahlia will do when she gets into the room is probably take off the larger parts of her armor.
Mhm.
So things like the shoulder pads, the line pad. She'll probably put her shield up against the wall or something, just to ease herself a little bit from the over strenuous activity she's been doing.
Right. Okay. Erlin, are you doing anything as you enter into the room?
Yeah, Erlen will probably, at the very least, like set down his bag and his shield. He'll keep his blade at his side.
Okay. You do notice
Um,
that the officer that has guided you both up is still standing out in the hallway. He seems to be waiting for you guys to say whether or not you're satisfied with with the living conditions.
Are we in 2 separate rooms?
Yes. You're like across the
Okay.
hall from each other.
Gotcha.
Dahlia will just look out and give a nod, as if to an approving nod, essentially.
Okay. Erlin?
Yeah, Erlen will step out as well. He'll actually fully step out and hold out a hand. Thank you. You may go.
The officer gives a salute before taking your, or goes to give a salute before you held out your hand, and seeing that, he hesitantly holds his hand back out to shake your hand. Yes, of course, Chief Lieutenant. Dinner will be ready in the Great Hall in a few minutes. They have, of course, the same seats at the commander's table. Will be awaiting you when you're ready.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. What would you two like to do now?
Erlen is probably going to knock on Dahlia's door.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, she'll open. You'll notice that her pauldrons are no longer attached. Her weapon is still there, but her shield is no longer on her back. And her hair is still up. It's not let down or anything like that, but just she seems more casual than before.
Okay. Erlen, for the most part, is very similar. Like I said, it's just his backpack and his shield that are off. All of his stuff is still on.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably... Yeah, I'd say for right now, the Brigandine is still on. Captain, do you mind if I step in for a moment? We can have a chat?
Not at all.
All right. Erlen will...
I'll
Oh, excuse
turn
me.
and sort of gesture with my hand. Bless you. I'll turn and sort of gesture with my hand to allow him in the room.
Yep. He'll step in, and he'll have the papers in his hand.
Oh, this is the papers from earlier on, is it?
Yep.
I'd like to give them a quick glance just to see if there's anything else added to it.
Oh, he's fully handing them to you.
Oh.
They're
Oh, yeah.
aside from all the bullshit I wrote on them and the drawings, there are a few actual notes, mostly from individual presentation of armor, tabards, making sure their equipment is in fine condition. I've also added on I believe it was 30 soldiers who were out of form, so they're listed on here. As for the drills, I've noted the main points on what they need to work on. If we are passing along notes after the inspection is fully concluded, and for the appalling display of combat in their arena, well, we gave them a physical display. That should hopefully be enough. Otherwise, here
Yes.
you are. And he'll hand the papers over.
Well, fingers crossed. Going through the papers, there'll be a hint of impressionableness from impressiveness, I guess, from the look of Dahlia, and she'll respond by saying, "Well, this will certainly make my later reports a lot easier, so I appreciate that. Wasn't expecting any
course.
notes from you. We were, I suppose, hazing them a little, but this is very much appreciated. I will tell the Queen of your rather fine work."
There's no need for that. I just felt like I wanted to do something instead of just, sitting pretty behind you, escorting you. So I took it upon myself to write a few things out, especially with the hours I was just sitting there watching you inspect.
Well, given today's display, we've realized there's plenty of slackers in this military, so the fact that you're not one of them is something I believe deserves praise. So I will,
Well,
I will endeavor to push that praise forward.
I'll nod. Thank you, Captain. I suppose off the books. Dear God, what was that?
Yeah, she'll like drop her head a little bit and like massage her forehead. I don't know. I think I may have been light when I said embarrassing. There's definitely a worse word. I just couldn't think of it because I was so in shock.
Egregious is one that comes to mind.
Yeah, quite.
I mean, I've been in the Night Corps a long time. I don't think I've ever seen an inspection go that poorly. At least not under my watch.
I wouldn't say it's the first time, but it certainly is rare.
Granted, I was only in a few different platoons rising the ranks. I didn't have a broad scope like we do now, but still.
You did rise rather quickly, if I recall.
Uh,
24, 25 years, I believe, something like that, in the officer corps, or
uh,
well, in the night corps.
I believe it's about 23. 22 or 23, in that range. The years get a
Still,
little muffled.
yes. Well, it's still rather impressive. Sometimes it takes a lot longer. Just to ask the DM,
Hmm.
I'm assuming a lot of the officer corps would have like several races that would be above, like, or not above, but would have a larger life span than human. Or would I be wrong about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's you definitely have a mix of all races that are intermingled into the Night Corps.
Okay. Yeah. I mean that's all I had, I suppose. Then, for that.
Okay.
Hmm.
With that, then, do you guys wish to go down for dinner?
Well, I was actually going to bring that question up.
Okay. Go ahead.
Captain, I am getting a little restless. I will accompany you for dinner if you wish. I don't know what final. Honestly, this is the first inspection I've been on. Are there final rounds to make, or
I don't think that'll be completely necessary in this case. My report will say everything. So, but
all right?
we should probably indulge them at least a little.
Fair enough.
Perhaps if
Well,
I go dressed a little less formally, they'll be more at ease. I think we've hazed them enough.
all right. I will. I'll take off the honor guard garb, and meet you down there, I suppose. Then.
Very good.
All
Yeah,
right.
so Daria will basically just immediately leave the room then. Her bag is still on the bed, and her shield is up against the wall.
Okay. All right, then. With that, how about everybody go ahead and take a 10-minute break?
Okie doke.
All right.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
Okay. You ready to go, Darcy?
Great.
Okay. Darcy, it is.
That's me.
Let me also do this real quick. Here we are. I need this one. Okay. Are you just real quick? Are you going by your stage name right now?
In public, no.
Okay. I'm trying more or less to, instead of just calling you Darcy, what would you like me to call you for now?
We'll go with Celeste while we're in this location.
Celeste?
Yee.
Okay. So, Celeste, it is roughly about 5 o'clock in the afternoon right now. You could go ahead and put your character on the token right here. Let me shift ping that with right about here. Do you see my ping?
Okay. I see the ping. Where is the token?
You would just drag your character sheet onto the map and your token will appear.
Okay, hold on. Let me
So
close
if you
out
go
of my
to your
character sheet.
if you go to your journal there, where you'll see your character name, just click and hold that, drag it onto the map. There you go.
Ooh, okay, cool.
So this is more or less to give you just a general idea of where you're at right now. Right now
Okay.
you're walking down what seems to be the main roadway, and there are a bunch of buildings to the left and the right of you, fully decked out in garland, and there's candles everywhere. A bunch of people seem to be in a very, very merry mood, shall we say. And, all of them seem to, be very polite with you as you walk past. You notice a couple of groups of choirs of people singing merry little tunes as you're going by. And you notice a gigantic tree that is at the very center of town. And next to the tree is a tree ant with a couple of halflings hanging off the top of his head, and they seem to be decorating the tree right now.
That is an amazing sight. I guess I'll approach and offer if they need any assistance.
Okay. You approach up to the tree ant, and do you wish to say anything?
Yeah, I'll approach and be like, hi. Kind of new in town, but I'm excited for what's going on. Is there anything I can help you with?
With that, the tree ant waits for the halflings to finish hanging up some of the garland and some of the baubles and things that are on the tree, and slowly turns around and looks down at you. Master lady, the help would be greatly appreciated. Although these two are very talented, they like to squabble quite a bit. Hey, I heard that. We don't like to squabble. Yes, we do. I didn't ask you. I wasn't asking you either. They just kind of start, bickering back and forth amongst each other up on top of this tree ant's head. Meanwhile, the tree ant reaches his arm down and puts his palm facing up and rests on the ground for you to step up onto his hand.
Alright, I would carefully step onto the hand.
And with that, you step up and he holds his thumb up so you have something to kind of brace yourself with. Hold on now. And with that, he'll lift you up slowly and raise you up above his head. And the halflings start shuffling through boxes and kind of create like a chain with baubles and stringers and a bunch of stuff like that going from one halfling to the other halfling up to you to start decorating the tree.
Might I ask, I'm not too familiar with this holiday. Do either you mind explaining a little bit more about Pelor's Rest?
You don't know about Pelor's Rest?
I can't say I'm familiar with it.
That's a new one. I can tell you about Pelor's. It's gonna take too long. Shush, you just hold us here. So, Pelor's Rest is essentially a holiday of giving amongst all of the people of New Boston. After the hard harvest and the many long summer months, we gather up the crops and disperse them out for the betterment of all the communities and make sure that everybody is able to get through the harsh winter to come. But we kind of turned it into a bit of a holiday, and, you know, there's some gift exchanges that go on, and we like to get, you know, decorative and, you know, maybe burn a few extra candles that we've hoarded over the summer as well.
I see. All right.
It's definitely a time of giving, to say the least.
Just like thinking in my head, I'm like, why am I agreeing to a fight? This has nothing to do with this holiday.
I'll say after about half an hour to about 45 minutes, you guys kind of go back and forth and, you know, maybe comment about the other decorations, and a couple of people that are walking by point and do like a ooh and ahs as you guys are decorating the tree, until you finally get it finished, and the tree ant lowers all three of you back down to the ground. And standing before you is now this almost 60-foot tall tree, completely decked out in these baubles, these stringers, candles. It very much looks like it very much looks like a gigantic Christmas tree, all nice and pretty, right in the middle of the square.
It's like we did good, guys.
Yeah, we sure
Like,
did.
give out high fives.
Are you doing a high five, or are you doing a high five that the halflings could reach?
The ones for the halflings to reach, and then like I'll attempt like jumping up for the treant to like high five with him.
Yep, you bend down and give each of the halflings high five. Yeah, see, she helped out a great deal. A lot faster than you were. Oh, shut up. And the tree end just bends down and holds his hand out. You smack like this tiny little bark section in the center of his palm.
Definitely shakes my hand afterwards.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Miss...
Celeste.
Oh, Lady Celeste. A beautiful name indeed.
And it was a pleasure to meet you all as well, although I didn't get your names just yet.
I am Tree Nut. These two are... Hey, we can say our own names. I'm Scotty, and that one over there, he's Milgren. Milgren kind of like just goes like a fast little wave at you. Pleasure to meet you. Well, I think I must return to the trees. They have a mind of their own, and if I am not there, maybe they would decide to walk off. Good day, Lady Celeste. And good day, halflings. Yeah, good day there, Tree Nut. And with that... and with that... Tree Nut, with his loud thumps, starts walking off to the east to go to where, you know, the closest dense population of trees are at. And with the halflings, they wave at you, pick up their boxes. It was nice seeing you, or nice meeting you, Celeste. We got other work to do around the town, though, so we got to get going.
Very well. It was lovely to meet you both.
Yeah, same. For sure. Oh, yeah, did you hear about the fights going on tonight at the arena? Are you going to be there?
Definitely, like, there's visible cringe to that. It's like, yeah, wouldn't miss it.
I got money on the champion for sure. Oh, really? You got money on the champion? Well, what if a knight decides to show up? No knight could beat the champion. You've seen how these guys are. Yeah, that's true. And they both start walking off and bickering back and forth about who's going to win the tournament tonight.
I love the fact that, like, every time they say something about the champions, he's just cringing that ever slightly bit more.
Yeah, I need a different job. Okay. I think I would
very, very stiff drink.
She's definitely gonna go walking like in the other direction, maybe like looking for a place to try like a warm drink.
Sure. I would say that it doesn't take you too far, or it doesn't take too long, rather, as you know that there's actually a little bar right over here on this building on the left-hand side, conveniently placed pretty close to the arena, which is a bit of an eyesore at this point based off of everything that you have currently learned. But you also know that it is the closest one, and that you're seeing as how you got fights in about an hour, roughly about an hour. You want to kind of be nearby to get ready.
Yeah.
So
Reluctantly.
excuse me. You walk in to the into the tavern, and you see behind the counter that there is a dwarf man wearing a red tunic with an apron on his front that seems to be about a brown leathery kind of color to it. And he seems to be serving drinks to a couple of different people. Looks like some of these individuals are getting ready to pre-game before the event tonight. Do you approach the bar?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
So this is basically Santa Claus before he became, like, a commercial cynic.
All right. You approach up to the bar, and the dwarf sees you. He's up on an elevated platform behind the bar, so he's more or less on eye level with everybody, but you could tell that he's shorter. And he walks over to you and kind of leans down on his elbow against the bar. "Aye, how's it going, lass? Haven't seen your face in here before. What can I get you?"
I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking for. I do want something that's maybe like a warm drink, avoid alcohol for today at least, but anything for the holiday perhaps?
Aye. I've got just the thing for you. Give me one moment. And he walks back off, and instead of going to the drinks that are behind him, he seems to walk off towards the kitchen area instead. And after a few moments, he comes out with this, what appears to be a giant pint that seems to have like this foam across the top and steam just rolling out of the top of this thing. And he sets it down in front of you. "Here you go, lass. That'll be 5 silver for this."
I'll pay him a little extra for the holidays.
Aye, much appreciated, lass, much appreciated. And happy Pelor's Rest to you. I hope this hits just the spot for you.
I'm gonna try the drink.
Okay. You pick up this giant pint, and you take a sip from it, and you get instantly, your mouth fills up with this very frothy, very warm, chocolatey, and peppermint drink. It is a peppermint hot chocolate with a melted marshmallow topping on the going across the top. And it is absolutely smooth. You can feel your entire body warm up, especially after being out in the cold and the snow for the last hour, to the point that you almost feel like this super invigorated, and almost like you just woken up this morning and ready for the day all over again. Oh, I'll be right back.
The dog beckons.
Why does it feel like I'm just role-playing work? Whoops.
Sorry about that.
Hi, I'm here for a peppermint mocha.
You just walked into a Starbucks.
No! I gotta get out of here.
Sorry about that, as my
That
dog barked, so I had to let him
description-
out.
No, you're all good.
That description has just made me really want hot chocolate now.
Oh, I've been
Yeah, it
I've been
sounds so
pounding
good.
coffee all day, and I've just got pumpkin spice creamer for it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've gone through 2 cans of Coke and 3 cans of Red Bull.
Oh boy,
Not
Jesus.
healthy. Yeah.
Well, I'm like a pot and a half of coffee in for the day so far, so I get it. So,
Slowly chipping out a smoothie that's frozen.
living
Living the dream, guys.
Yeah, Celeste.
The dream.
Yeah, Celeste, you're sitting here at the bar, drinking away at this hot chocolate. Is there anything else you would like to do for while you're here?
I think for the most part, depending on if this place has it or not, maybe I'll sit outside and just like watch people go back and forth. If not, I'll just kind of hang out, just people watch. Just trying to relax.
Okay. And you're just kind of sitting there. There was like a small bench right out front next to the main door that has like a tiny little awning over it. So if you wanted to go out there, you could. Otherwise, there is a couple of empty tables that are nearby the door. But you also notice that towards the back of the tavern that there seems to be a small stage that's currently unoccupied. But there's also a couple of tables over there that are empty as well.
I guess I'll go sit over there. Why not?
Over by the stage?
Yeah.
Okay. You take your hot chocolate with you, and you go sit down over there by the one of the empty tables nearby the stage. Probably, I'm assuming up by like one of the walls, so you can kind of look out at the whole tavern.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and you sit over there, and you see a myriad of different races of people coming in and out, getting drinks. A couple of people already starting to place bets amongst each other about who's going to win, the champion or some commoner. And they're very, boisterous about it. And this goes on for probably about another 15 minutes or so as you're sipping at your hot chocolate until you notice somebody step out onto the stage.
Huh?
And a couple of candles come to life that are around the front of the stage, and everybody goes quiet for a moment, and everybody turns their attention towards the stage. You look up, and it's a face that you recognize. And let me just grab something real quick.
Cool.
Why do I get a sneaking suspicion that... I don't know, just the words bar brawl come to mind. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, gotta warm up before the game.
Just pummel each other to smooth Christmas jazz.
Nice.
Sounds like a good night.
Indeed. You know you've had a good night when either you were too blind drunk to remember it, or you were too beaten up to remember it.
Tell you what, you'll sleep good after it.
That's true, yeah.
Okay. You recognize the face that is familiar to you is a tiefling. He's where'd it go? Actually, let me do this real quick just to make sure I've got the info correct. Here we are. Okay. So, you definitely recognize this tiefling. He's dressed up in a mix of fine silks and cottons. Like he's wearing a tunic that is just a vibrant white with a silk black like formal vest on with a big old super colorful kerchief that's around his neck. His hair is done up and nice and slicked and black, going down his back, and he seems to be ready to give on a little performance. And after a moment of silence, he looks out to everybody until finally he rests his eyes on you, Celeste, and then he starts his performance.
Okay.
A countryman one day said to his little puppies, "Come into the parlor and enjoy yourselves, and pick up the breadcrumbs on the table. Your mistress has gone out to pay some visits." Then the little dog said, No, we will not go. If the mistress gets to know it, she will beat us. The countryman said, She will know nothing about it. Do come, after all, she never gives you anything good. Then the little dogs again said, Nay, we must not, we must let it alone. We must not go. But the countryman let them have no peace until at last they went and got on the table and ate up the breadcrumbs with all their might. But at that very moment, the mistress came and seized the stick in great haste and beat them and treated them very hardly. And when they were outside the house, the little dog said to the countryman, "Dost thou see?" Then the countryman laughed and said, Didn't you expect it?" So they just had to run away. And with that,
Christ.
the tiefling gives you a smile and then bows out to the audience. And the audience seems to stare on in what is definitely a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. This dude's little performance, that even though he acted it out with these grand gestures as he was going through every segment, he was just... And nobody understands why he decided to put on this performance, considering the night of all things. And with that, the tiefling gives a bow, and then he steps off the stage and heads towards you, Celeste. "Ah, there's my favorite little lass. Still got a mean right hook."
I hope so. Also, we're beating dogs now? What choice? What happened?
It's just something that kind of came up on the fly. Thought I'd give it a try. But, yeah, definitely doesn't seem to work out that well. I definitely need to try something else.
Doesn't work for the theme or the mood for today, at least.
"Oh, is there something special about today I haven't noticed?" he says very sarcastically as he seems to look around confused, very mockingly.
That obvious.
With that, he just kind of gives you a smile. "Is this seat taken?"
But you know what? I'll make the exception.
Oh, sorry, I might have missed some of your sentence there. What? All I heard was, "I'll make the exception."
She definitely would pause me like, the seat is taken, but I'll make the exception.
Okay. With that, the tiefling grins very widely, and he comes to sit down next to you. And he sticks a hand out for the dwarf to see him. "I'll have the same thing she's having." And the dwarf just kind of gives a little nod with a look of, like a very disapproving look, kind of like eyeing him and then looking back to you, but then goes back to the kitchen and comes out with another mug of hot chocolate for the tiefling.
Nice.
"So, I heard about the tournament going on tonight. Your face is all over the place."
Apparently everyone knew about me.
"Oh, really? This striker up to is no good again."
When is he not?
"Hey, I've offered it before. You could always travel with me."
Could I possibly do?
"Well, I mean, it may not have the best things going on, but I'm able to get in and out at places pretty quickly. Just in case. And, you know, if you ever needed somebody to maybe snuggle with at night, I've got you covered."
Oh, buddy, no.
"All right, very well."
Pump the brakes there.
He just holds up his hands and is like, you know, like a, hey, I give kind of gesture. It is like, hey, I'm not going to push too far. I don't need to catch another right hook from you.
Nope, gotta save that for tonight, apparently.
Yes, I've been hearing it all over town. And from what I've seen about the people that have thought about entering the tournament, I don't think anybody's going to come out with that prize, to be honest.
I don't like how he's putting the idea that commoners have. It's gonna be not pretty.
No, definitely not. But who knows? Maybe one will surprise you. Besides, maybe you could throw one right at the very end, so that way somebody has something nice for the holiday.
I might have to do that from the beginning. I don't want to hurt these people.
Well, maybe you don't... Well, no, I take it back. You're going to have to hurt someone, because if they last 3 minutes, they're going to get the prize anyways. And you know how Striker's going to get if you just throw the first match. It's not going to end pretty.
He's only involved for money, though.
Yeah, that slidey little Kenku only cares about lining his pockets and his belly. Not me, though. Unlike him, I like to fill my mind with new stories. And yeah, the coin doesn't hurt, but being able to make people smile or laugh, that's my true passion. But the coin doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I don't... Comedy's not my wheelhouse. That's what I've been told, at least.
Well, it is starting to get pretty close to the tournament time. I think for as much as I would continue, or would like to continue talking to you tonight, I do believe it's about time that you maybe make it over towards the arena. Maybe just go ahead and get it over with. At this point, you'll notice that the time is roughly around like 6:40.
Okay. She's definitely doing like that dramatically, like getting out of the chair slowly and like slowly putting the chair back in.
Nice.
Alright, well. I guess I'll see you there then.
Oh, you know it. I've got bets on you.
Oh, of course you do.
So please don't throw it. And with that, he kind of gives you a slight bow with a big smile on his face still, slams the rest of his hot chocolate, and then heads back up to the stage to do another performance. Switching back to Dahlia and Erlen. You guys are down at the commander's table and having probably what seems to be the division's last attempt of trying to impress you with this gigantic spread of food. And to add back to the ambiance, let me switch back to this. You can hear like everybody now seems to be a little bit more relaxed. A lot of them have taken off the majority of their armor. Most of them still keep their weapons at their side, just in case. But everybody seems to be in slightly better moods as compared to earlier, as they have like your standard knights even got a very good meal sitting before them, and everybody is just kind of chit chatting amongst themselves while dinner is going on.
Yeah, I don't think there's much left to say at this point.
Oh, and
I
also
suppose-
to say that right now, for you guys, it's about 5:30 right now.
Okay.
Right, so it's been kind of a long day, essentially.
Yes.
I think at this point Dahlia will be a bit more casual. She won't be like sitting up completely straight. She'll be slightly hunched. Just sort of taking her time with her food.
Okay.
Probably, I'll say as well, the food she'd eat would mostly be like hefty meats, maybe a little bit of veg, and not a lot of soups, but maybe like plenty of gravy, stuff like that. So proper hearty meals.
Mm-hmm. Erlen, what are you doing?
I think Erlen, while he's chowing down, I know we have like a general like spirits aren't as heavy right now kind of atmosphere, but I think he'd try to get a read of the general like looks on the troops' faces, like how hard did this inspection hit them? Have like a lot of them been told of their performance? Like what's the general like actual feel of everyone?
Okay. Give me a perception check at advantage.
Okay. 15.
All right. So with a 15, you look out among all the tables, and you notice that the officers that are sitting at the table with you, they're chatting amongst themselves, kind of in like low murmurs and stuff, trying to not be heard by you guys. It seems like they're kind of more or less talking about the inspections that went on today. You notice all the other knights that are sitting at the 4 tables out in front of you. They are super excited, talking amongst each other, but you also do notice that they completely try to avoid eye contact with the officers' table altogether. Like, none of them like even so much as gesture that way. It almost seems like they're trying to forget that the officers are even there. At one of the tables, you notice a group of knights on the table that's closest to the entryway to the Great Hall are all huddled up, and they seem to be looking at something, but you can't quite tell from this distance. But they definitely stick out compared to everyone else, as it doesn't even look like they've touched their food yet. Do you wish to go investigate?
Yeah, I think he'd pick up on that, and he'd probably just very casually saunter over and see what they're looking at.
Okay. You approach, and as you do, one of the knights notices that you come over, and instantly they all come up to the position of attention. But you notice that one of them seems to stick something behind his back. Chief Lieutenant, I'm surprised that you are here. They seem to be very nervous right now, and they're trying their best to like not look it.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a very eventful day. I'm surprised you haven't touched your food yet.
Oh,
Gibbs.
It's we're getting to that. We just we're talking about that display that you and the captain made in the combat arenas. Quite impressive.
Ah, yes, the captain is in that position for a reason. Say, what do you have in your hand there?
Oh, it's notes.
Oh, well, I'd love to read them. I would assume they're about the inspections and what you could do better as individuals.
Uh,
Please, by all means. And he holds his hand out.
Very begrudgingly, he slowly pulls out what appears to be a piece of paper, and hands it over to you. It is not any kind of official paperwork or even notes at all. Instead, it's a flyer highlighting a fighting tournament that's going on at the arena. On the front of the page is a drawing of a woman with long, dirty blonde hair and honey-colored eyes. She carries what appears to be a wooden sword and shield and is posed in a combative stance in the drawing. In smaller text below the image, it says, "Think you could take on the champion? Prove it. Entry fee, 50 gold pieces. You last longer than 3 minutes in the ring with the champion, you will earn 3,000 gold pieces. Non-lethal fights only, equipment provided." Below that is a date of the event, which, funnily enough, turns out to be tonight at 7 o'clock.
He'll look over it for a moment, and then he'll look back up to the troops and sort of like, as just sort of out in the open saying, "Oh, well, I think you'll have to keep a little more up to date on your notes." And then he'll step in sort of closer to them and like wrap his arms around the two shoulders of the nearest ones and huddle them all together. Between you and me, I'm just giving you a hard time. What's this all about? There's a tournament tonight at the arena?
As you saying this, and you could notice, like, there's about 5 of them here. Like, almost instantly, they all seem to, like, instantly just kind of, like, sigh and kind of slump over. You just see, like, just the instant relief come across all of them, and they get even tighter into the huddle. So, yeah, with the prize money and everything like that, it'd be a really good opportunity to you know, get some of our families back at home. And we figured if all 5 of us entered in, that you know, we could split it 5 ways, and that way everybody has a nice little chunk of change to send home for the holidays.
Dahlia, who's eyeballing all this happening, can she hear anything that's been said so far?
No, you can't hear it. They would be about 80 to 90 feet away from you at the other end of the hall.
Okay. All right. For now, she'll just keep watching.
Okay.
It's a nice gesture for your families. You all intend to participate, take on this champion.
Well, yeah, that was kind of the idea, but we were also kind of talking about our performance and everything today, and it's we've seen her fight before. Even with all 5 of us, we thought maybe we'd just be lucky that maybe one of us would be last, and she'd be too worn out to fight us properly and give us an edge. But It's our best plan that we've got right now. So it's kind of more or less try to wear her out.
Erlen will kind of take a look back at like the rest of the knights that are around the room, and then just a brief glance at Dahlia, and then look back into the huddle. Well, given your performance, I'm gonna be honest with you. If this champion is worth her salt and given the title, I would advise you don't participate. Instead, here's what I'll do. And he takes out a piece of parchment and hands it to one of them. Write your names down.
Oh, okay. And one by one, they each take turns writing down their name on the parchment, and then hand it back to you.
Good. I'm going to pocket this. Let's say pick a good bar near the arena. Do you know of any? I'm not local.
Yeah, there's a nice little one that's run by a dwarf. Real cheerful fellow. It's just on the other side of the arena from where we're currently at. It's a tiny little place, but it's very quaint. It shouldn't be too hard to miss. It's called the Sunken Mine.
Sunken Mine. Tell you what. I'm considering throwing my blade in. If I win, I will portion out some of the funds, and you will do as you said you would. Spend them on your families. Treat them well. If I win, well, win or lose, I'll find you there afterwards to let you know what happens. But that at least I can promise.
Absolutely appreciate it, Chief Lieutenant. We'll be cheering you on from the sidelines.
Good, just don't say my name. Also, if I happen to tag along in one of these inspections again, and I find that all of you are underperforming, I will personally make sure there's consequences. Do you understand?
And that relief suddenly evaporates and they get rigid again. Yes, Chief Lieutenant.
Wonderful. Well, have a good night, gents, and I will see you at the bar after everything's done.
Yes, of course, Chief Lieutenant. They all give you a salute.
Pats him on the shoulder and walks back towards Dahlia.
All right. And you come back up to the commander's table, and Dahlia, what have you been doing this whole time?
So mostly she's been paying attention to whatever Erlen was doing, especially after he took a glance in the general direction of all the other soldiers. So she probably would have been trying to hear something, but she wouldn't have left her seat.
Okay.
She'd just continue eating.
Okay, and you see Erlen approach back up and to the table and come back to his seat and sit down next to you again.
Do I notice the several shifts in the way they've been sort of conducting themselves in terms of the soldiers?
I would say with that particular group, if that's what you mean, you notice that for a moment it seems like they kind of relaxed as Erlen joined into the huddle, and then suddenly go rigid again after a few moments, and all do their salutes and everything, and they instantly all go to sit down, and they just start shoveling food into their faces like nothing happened.
All right. When Erlen sits back down, Daddy will ask, "What was all that about?"
Turns out there's a little prize money up for grabs tonight at the arena. And he slides the flyer kind of stealthily like almost under the table towards the captain. I'm considering tossing in, seeing what this champion's made of.
Well, that's
Prize money
intriguing.
would be nice too.
Yes, one could always do with more gold. Yes, it probably would be wise if you joined.
Those
I have.
those men didn't sound very confident facing her, so I'm assuming she's quite the opponent.
Wait, they were considering joining.
Yes. I
man.
I turned them away.
Well, you may have saved them some heartache and bruises, or perhaps an
I'm
accidental
sure I
death.
did.
Well, I have a fair bit of paperwork to do tonight, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to join you, but if I can, I'll meet you there.
Fair enough. Oh, he'll take out the little parchment with the names. Write these names down. The names of those troops. If they don't perform well during the next inspection, they have a little bit of catching up to do. To put it nicely.
Damn.
All right, very well. Dahlia will make a follow-up note about that in the paper she's been given, and put an asterisk next to it, let's say. All right. Yeah, I think for the most part, she'll sit quietly and just finish her food off.
Okay. With that, Erlen, what would you like to do now? By this point, we'll say that it's about 6 o'clock now. So it'll be about an hour before the tournament starts.
Okay. Erlen's going to finish his food, and then he's going to head back up to his room, dismissing himself from the captain. And he's going to. It says all equipment is provided. Does that mean Erlen is or is not wearing his armor?
So with the equipment provided, you would assume that the arena will provide you with the equipment to use for the fight, especially where it's considered to be non-lethal.
Okay. Then he will take off his armor and just put his long coat on that he keeps in his bag.
Okay.
So he doesn't look like a member of the honor guard. He's very casual.
Okay, then.
So we're going all like Spike from Buffy, kind of. I like it.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes.
And won't you let me rest
So
in
very
peace?
casual, very much like a like an olive trench coat kind of deal.
Okay.
With a belt that wraps around it. And he will quietly step away from the barracks, trying not to garner any attention from the rest of the troops.
Okay.
And I suppose begin making his way towards the arena.
Okay. With that, you could go ahead and drag your token onto the board and place it next to the carriage at the division headquarters.
All right. There we go.
All right. And you should have control over your token. As you exit out of the barracks and walk down the long pathway that leads to the main gate, you could actually see the arena even from here, directly ahead out in the distance. You could also see all the snow is pretty piled up. You can see your breath in the air as it's starting to get pretty late and the sun is beginning to set. But there's still tons of people out in the streets. Some, kind of similar as before you saw the choirs. There's still groups of them that seem to be roaming around and trying to sing merry praises to people as they walk by. You notice a couple of halflings arguing amongst themselves that kind of run past and go down to what appears to be a home not too far off to your right-hand side. And then, it's kind of overall, the atmosphere that you feel here seems to be extremely inviting. And let me switch the music to... Where'd you go? Here we go. This back on. All right. So as of right now, you kind of have free movement. Where would you like to go?
I suppose a smart plan of action would actually be going to that bar, trying to find it, asking around so he knows where the fuck to go. Whether or not he wins that prize money.
Right, gotcha. Okay. Let's do an investigation with advantage.
Okay. I'm not good at these. That's a 6.
Okay. So with your 6, you ask a couple of people that are going by, and you're trying to ask about the sunken mine, and where more or less that it's at. And you seem to get a couple of different sets of directions, and a couple of people that you try to talk to about it. They either don't trust you, or maybe perhaps they're trying to play coy, or maybe, because it is such a tourist-like site, maybe they actually don't speak common, as you get a myriad of different languages mixed in with the directions that you're given. But with that being said, after about 30 minutes of asking around and getting pointed in all sorts of different directions, you do manage to be able to find the sunken mine. That is, let me put a circle on it so it's a little easier to see. Right here. And let me move the map. Okay, and you do find it right here, and you see the little wooden sign swinging just above the doorway that says Sunken Mine. And through the window, you see what appears to be a very jolly dwarf in a red tunic, serving drinks, and a bunch of people inside that are, very busily already getting drunk. And you hear a bunch of shouts of, excitement and joy coming from inside the tavern.
All right. Yeah, I think he'll step inside.
Okay.
He has a little bit of time to kill, so.
Yep, you got about, we'll say at this point, 20 to 30 minutes before the event starts. So you step inside and are greeted with the warmth from the hearth. And, everybody looks to the door as you step in, and they just all like, hey, as they hold up their glasses. They seem to be in a very merry mood right now. And the dwarf sees you come in and comes over to the corner of the bar, where I'm assuming that you go to approach.
Yeah.
Okay. How's it going, lad? Haven't seen your face here before. Been getting a lot of new faces in today. What can I get you?
That's a lot. That's multiple questions at once. I'm doing great. And I hope you're doing well as well. I'm looking for something mellow.
Mellow, eh? Mellow, as in taste?
Alcohol.
Alcoholic.
Low proof.
Low proof. Oh, all right then. I think I've got something just in mind for you. Let me go grab that for you. And he walks off to the back where all the drinks are and everything, and kind of runs his hand across the bottles until he finally comes onto one and pulls it out. And after getting out some cups and doing a little bit of measuring and stuff like that, he comes back with a little shot glass, or not a shot glass, rather, a small, we'll say about a 4-ounce glass, and puts it down on the table in front of you. That'll be 4 silver pieces for this.
Of course. There you go. And he'll dig through his pouch and put out 4 silver.
Pleasure doing business with you, lad.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Hey, what's that?
He'll take out the flyer and set it on the bar. I hear, of course I'm not from here, that there is a bit of business going down at the arena tonight. I'd like to know more about the champion.
Oh, you're curious about Divine, are you?
Divine. Yes, I am.
Ah, yes. She's proven to be quite a competent fighter. Kind of came out of nowhere, to be honest, about a couple of months ago. I don't know what her deal is, but she climbed through the ranks pretty quick in that tournament, or in the recent tournaments, and she's been the town favorite now for about the last month after she took the title.
That's wonderful news. So she's good with a sword. That's mainly what I needed to know.
From what I hear too, she's very pretty. Kind of a shame that someone as pretty as her might be willing to get her face bruised, but to each their own.
We all have our reasons. I've had mine bruised. Words. I've had mine bruised a few times.
Now, if you need anything else, I'm always available. And he goes to take care of a couple other customers that just showed up and went down to the other side of the bar.
All right. Erlen will just sip on that drink until it's time to head to the arena.
Okay. You take a sip of this drink, and it is surprisingly very rich. But it's also got just like a very slight hint of what almost seems to be like a creamer. You can't quite place it, but you do also taste a tiny bit of the alcohol that's in it. What he pretty much gave you was a shot of espresso infused with Bailey's, is the best way to describe it.
Okay. Very nice.
All right, and what else would you like to do? Just say you got about 10 to 15 minutes left before, yeah, I would say roughly about 10 minutes before the event is supposed to start now.
Okay. Just for shits, are there people like dancing? Is there like music, like live music going on in here?
No, there's no live music, but you do notice this tiefling who seems to be very well dressed, trying to tell these off-the-wall tales or stories. You can't really quite tell exactly what his angle is, if he's trying to make people sad, if he's trying to make people happy, or if he's just got a really twisted sense of humor. But everybody likes listening to him and like him doing this stage presence, and he's very animated with everything that he's doing. He seems extremely passionate about it. But you listen to the story that he's telling, and it's like, why would anybody think that this is a good story?
Like, is this just a custom here? They just tell weird fucking stories.
The dwarf overhears you as he came back to help the customer next to you. No, that's just the muse, as he likes to call himself. Thinks himself to be a great weaver of stories. Quite honestly, I haven't heard a single good one from him yet.
Yeah, maybe he should start weaving something else. Not stories.
I tried to tell him the same thing, but he's like, no, I'm a visionary, and I will come up with the perfect tale to tell the world. So, who am I to stop him?
I mean, knitting sweaters might be profitable this time of season, and it wouldn't require him to talk.
Well, I may not particularly care for his stories, but he's still a pretty nice fellow all in all. Maybe one day he'll actually come through and actually tell a great tale. Who knows?
I mean, one speck of gold in a coal mine is still a speck of gold.
Hey, you just gotta dig for it.
Exactly. Well, here's to hoping. Cheers.
All right, and with that, you polish off the last of your drink and set it back down onto the bar, and the dwarf takes it up and takes it over to the sink to get it rinsed out. So what would you like to do now?
There's not much else I'd really like to do. I think he's just gonna bide his time until it's time to head to the arena.
Okay. So a few more minutes go by, and the sun, you can see out through the window, the sun has definitely began to set. It's the only thing that seems to really be light in the streets anymore now is light coming through other people's windows and what appears to be now 100 candles lining the roadways, and people, you notice seems like a horde of people are starting to make their way towards the arena.
All right. Yeah, he's gonna start making his way over.
Okay. You get up from the bar and you head out the door and start heading towards the arena. The wind feels like ice against your face, and the warmth from the sun has obviously faded by this point and is setting off into the west when you approach the entrance to the arena. Dozens and dozens of citizens form a line to the entrance. Even though their faces are flushed from the cold and their bodies are shivering as they stand in the snow, there is an energy of excitement that keeps their spirits warm as they talk amongst themselves. As you walk past, headed towards to get into line, You hear some of them betting amongst themselves. You hear anything about the challengers? Nah, nobody's gonna beat the champion. Who has the skill to take out Divine? What are you talking about? But didn't you hear? She took on a knight and bested him. Heard he was an officer too. No way. I'll bet you 5 gold that if a knight shows up tonight, she's going down. Fine. Easiest 5 gold I've ever won. You're on.
Erlen will smirk a little bit hearing that.
Okay.
He's entertained.
All right then. Excuse me. All right. As you walk past, you see a couple of knights that seem to be walking towards the front of the line. They see you, Erlen, and they recognize you from earlier. Two of them are from the group that you had talked with earlier during dinner. They see you and just kind of stop immediately and come to the position of attention in front of you as you approach.
He's gonna like wave his hand to immediately get them to stop.
And with that, they slowly relax and kind of look at each other for a moment and then back to you.
He's gonna walk over to them, like very sternly.
Okay.
Notice anything different? Not wearing the colors. Do not regard me as such in public. I am trying to be here incognito.
Sorry, sir. They kind of like look at each other nervously.
You're all hopeless. Where's the check-in?
Well, the line here is for the check-in, but we knights, we get special privileges for the arena. We get in for free, and we get front row seats. We just gotta go talk with the halfling up front.
All right, good to know. Good to know. They are like Steiner. Absolutely. Well, I suppose I'll. Erlen will get in line for check-in.
You're gonna go in line instead of going to the front.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, he'll go to the front.
Okay. So the three of you, the two of them are walking kind of behind you, and kind of point you to the direction until you get up to a little kiosk window, next to the main door, and you see a little halfling there who's handing out tickets and accepting payments and everything like that from the people that are trying to get in. And he sees you three approach and kind of looks at you guys with a bit of a side glance at first, and then waits for you to say something as he's kind of expecting something official here if you guys are knights.
Erlen, I don't think we discussed what sort of insignia he would carry to, like, notify people that he is of rank aside from his armor.
Okay. I'm gonna say that you, as a knight, have a badge, and let me just find an image real quick. And it's gonna be kind of like a police badge, but instead of it being gold, it's going to look like this instead. And let me send it into the Discord chat. So it'll be like a shiny metal that's been painted into this color, and it's something that's like small enough you could kind of fit like into your back pocket or into like a breast pocket or something like that.
Okay. He's going to quickly open up his coat and just flash the badge.
Oh, knights! Oh, very nice to see you all. Ah, yes. This is going to be a great event tonight. I hope you guys are really going to enjoy it and everything. If you guys got any questions or need any kind of concessions, you could always come and see me, Scotty, and I'll point you out to wherever you need to go. Door right there on the left is the way to get in. It's great having your patronage and your protection over the city. And he kind of gives like a half smile at y'all.
Not at all. I hope you have a wonderful night, and he'll slide 5 gold over to the receptionist.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Enjoy the fights now.
Fucking Sarko. He'll also speak up. If I'm looking to participate in the fights, where would I go?
Oh, just inside here, there's another line right off to the right. You go talk with our goblin fellow, Saltlick, and he'll get you registered.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
And then I'll
And-
step away.
All right, and with that, the three of you come into the arena entrance, and just like Scotty said, off to the side, you see a short line of people. There's about 4 or 5 people in line there. A sign hangs over the window, or the little kiosk there, that says Challenger Registration. And there, and just as he said earlier, it seems to be a very excited goblin wearing what appears to be the finest of silks at the window, dealing with those individuals. Do you wish to go to talk to with the goblin, or do you wish to go into the arena? Because like right now you're kind of like in a hallway that like wraps around the arena, and there's like you can kind of see a concession stand away off to the far left. You got the goblin that's on your right, and then there's a giant set of double doors in front of you leading into the main part of the arena.
Okay. The goblin is the check-in?
Yeah, for the challengers.
Okay, he'll go to the goblin then.
Okay. So, with that, the other 2 knights that are with you see you going that way. Oh, hope everything goes well. We'll be cheering you on from the sidelines, and we're gonna go this way.
All right. Enjoy the show.
No problem. And they go to enter into the double doors, and as soon as the doors open, you just hear roars and all sorts of cheering, and this is what appears to be already a gigantic crowd coming from inside of that space. And then the door shut behind them.
All right. Yeah, he'll head to the check-in line.
Okay. You go to the check-in line, and after a few moments, slowly going, you can see the line is slowly getting shorter, and about 2 of the individuals are dismissed from the entrance altogether. Oh, thank you. They're dismissed from the entrance, or from being able to enter in altogether. It seems like they have to go through a little bit of a screening process, and that they weren't allowed in. And you finally get up to the front, and you see this little goblin man that is apparently named Saltlick on the other side of the window. This seems to be a super cheerful, ugly green face of a goblin looking right up at you.
Ooh, new challengers! Always nice to have new challengers. My name's Saltlick. What can I do you for?
Nice to meet you, Solek. I'm looking to join as a challenger.
Ooh, challenger. Yes. Challenger's always good. He's got these forms that you need to fill out for Saltlick, and Saltlick can be able to process you, and entry fee, 50 gold pieces.
Wonderful. He will take out the 50 gold for the entry fee.
Okay, and he swipes very quickly from under the window's slits, whoosh, and takes the 50 gold and then hands out like this like short stack of papers from under the windowsill.
Fill these out for Saltlick. Yes.
And you can see on it, it is any history of injuries, any history of severe illnesses, and a bunch of waivers being that they're not responsible for any injuries that you may sustain or even possible accidental death.
Okay. As for serious injuries, Erlen doesn't have any in his past. We won't write any down. So we'll just fill out as normal and just put down his name, Erlen Rivik.
Okay, and you're not doing a stage name or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. And you hand the paperwork back to Saltlick. He very quickly snatches them back up and looks them over. It is almost like flipping through them very quickly. He seems to be a fast reader, as far as you can tell.
Yes, Saltlick thinks everything's in order here. Go to the door down over here onto the left, and that'll be the waiting area. There'll be gear inside. Go ahead and get set up, and when your name gets called, you'll be able to enter for your chance to win the prize.
Lovely. Thank you.
Oh, also, there's a... You could be able to step off to the... There's a little side entrance towards the back of the dorm there. Give you a chance to kind of watch the fights while you're waiting, if you so choose.
Oh, I will absolutely have to take you up on that.
Oh, good
You
good
will,
luck then, Mr. Rivik.
Close enough.
Alright.
He'll go ahead and head towards the area to get geared up first.
Okay. And with that, you follow Saltlick's instructions and enter into what appears to be kind of like a locker room. And on the back wall, there's a giant rack with a bunch of equipment. It's like thick leather chest pieces, a thick leather helmet, a wooden sword, and a standard like iron shield, and a couple of like leather padded like shin guards, that sort of thing. You also noticed in there that there are 3 other challengers there: a human, a tiefling, and a dwarf. They seem to be extremely silent, as if they're like mentally trying to prepare themselves for the fight ahead, as they're donning on all their gear.
Yeah. Erlen will start grabbing some gear, and he'll just like speak to them. He'll say, "Chin up, nothing to lose. Just have fun with it."
The humans, the first one speaks up. Oh, yeah, chin up, yeah, chin up. Got it. He's like
Come on
very
now, you
nervously
won't win
trying
with
to like
confidence
get
like
his
that.
straps on. He's like very nervously trying to get his straps done. Oh, it's not so much confidence as it is desperation. I really need that money.
Oh, I see. Well, here, and he'll walk over and sort of shoo away his hands from the straps, and he'll help him with the straps. They go like this: if you put them on how you were going to, your armor would fall off in the middle of the fight. And I'm assuming if you're desperate, you probably don't want the medical bills that come with this. So here.
Oh, yeah, thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Appreciate that. You got any ideas of how to beat the champion? Right now,
well,
my plan is to run in
it's-
circles.
Survive 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Shield up, buddy.
Shield up. And you see he like very
Mhm.
awkwardly
Shield up.
You see that he very awkwardly tries to hold the shield up, but it's like he doesn't have a proper grasp on it, so it like flumps back and like keeps on like hitting him in the knee.
Well, do your best. Pat him on the back.
Thanks, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll notice as you look around, the other two, they seem to be more confident of themselves, donning on their equipment. The dwarf in particular, he seems like he's definitely ready to go. The tiefling, he's definitely more confident than the human is, and he seems to know how to put his armor on, but he's still extremely silent. He's like trying to put on a game face, but you can kind of tell from how his hands are that he's still pretty nervous about what's about to happen. And then off to the side, you can see what is a short set of stairs and another door that's in the corner that seems to lead into the arena.
Okay.
And then at the center, next to where the rack was at, where all the equipment is a set of big double doors. And above that one, it says ramp entry point.
Okay. For the purposes of this, do I need to know anything about what I'm putting on, stat-wise?
Stat-wise, with this particular set of armor, even with the standard shield, you're going to have an AC of 15. And it'll be set across the board for everybody at 15, for those that are interested.
Okay. I'm just setting it ahead of time.
Yep. Okay.
That's 15 with the shield, yeah?
Yep, with the shield.
Okay.
So if you lose the shield, it goes down to like 13.
Yeah. What about the wooden weapons?
So the wooden weapon, it's you will be able to roll your normal attack if you have a sword. But as far as damage goes, it'll only deal 1 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Out of curiosity,
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? I have this.
Okay.
Which just adds a flat +2 to melee weapon attacks.
Okay, and that's for the roll to hit? Or is that... Oh, damage roll.
Oh, no, this is damage.
Yeah. So, I'm going to say that with this, because of the type of weapon that you're dealing with, that you'll be able to get a +1 off of this with this particular benefit, just because it is still just a blunt stick in essence.
Okay.
That being said, though, also know that pretty much what it is like all your feats and everything will still be usable, provided that they meet whatever standards that they need to meet. There'll be a way to help keep the upcoming fight engaging, but damage will be done at a minimal, and there may be a couple of interesting things thrown in here to help spice up the fight potentially.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand everything going into this. I'm assuming spells are off limits since it's non-lethal.
Yeah, spells are off limits.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, so it's pure fighting, but you can also still be able to spice things up between doing like athletics and acrobatics.
Okay.
And depending on what you do, I may or may not give you an advantage.
All right. Sounds good.
Are
Okay.
racial things in play?
I can say yes with that. Up to y'all's discretion if you want to use those or not.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, Erlin, you see the two different doors. The one with the big double doors that you assume is the main entryway to get into the arena for the challengers themselves. And then the other one being the smaller door seems to lead into like the pews. Do you wish to go out and see the fight that's going on, or do you wish to stay in the locker room for now?
He wants to get as much information on the champion as possible, so he's going to step out and watch.
Okay. You go up the stairs and you step out through the little door, and you just instantly get hit with this loud burst of the crowd cheering. You hear the announcers screaming out in thaumaturgy as a fight is going on way down at the center of the space. It is extremely cramped. If you wanted to walk anywhere, you would have to side shuffle all the way, your whole way, just to get anywhere in this place. It is surprisingly packed already. You notice that the individuals that are in the ring right now are wearing the same thick leather padding and carrying the same sword and shield. One of them appears to be a male tabaxi who is quick on his feet, and the other looks exactly like the same figure from the flyer that you saw earlier, with the dirty blonde hair and the honey-colored eyes. The woman seems to have the tabaxi outmatched in skill by far. As although the tabaxi is quick, he's unable to tell when the woman does a feint or a riposte, landing blow after blow. The tabaxi manages to squeeze in a few good smacks with his sword against her shield, but it is obvious that instead of actually trying to fight her, he's trying to run out the clock. In a split second, the woman does a powerful slice downward with her sword, and her opponent falls back and collapses to the ground. The bell rings, and the announcers using thaumaturgy scream out, "Oh my Pelor! With a vicious swing, Rotak is out cold! What an amazing upset for the challenger! He only needed 15 more seconds to win the prize! Is there anyone who could take this woman down?" And you'll notice that there was a set of floating, like smoky-looking numbers that were above the ring that were counting down. And as Rotak fell and hit the ground and the bell rang, the numbers stopped and then dissipated. The crowd explodes in cheers as the referee tries to escort the tabaxi out of the ring. The woman returns to her corner and starts preparing for the next round. And what would you like to do, Erlin, at this point?
At this point, he's probably going to go down and just ready himself for when he's called up to fight.
Okay, then. Excuse me.
I think one thing before he goes.
Mm-hmm.
Considering she's kind of like the primary focus of the night, I think Erlin might want to get a read on maybe if there's any read he can get on her face about what she's feeling about all this.
Okay.
Because, I mean, back-to-back fights have to be rough.
Right. I'm going to say give me a perception at disadvantage because of the distance. And Darcy, go ahead and send me a private
one.
message. Oh, never mind.
Doesn't even matter. Natural
Yeah,
one.
from this distance, you really can't make out any discernible details about facial expressions or anything else like that, but she seems to be very much a powerhouse. She's just like powering through every round as each fight goes on. Some of them not even lasting 10 seconds.
Okay.
Whoops.
Already 2 natural ones into this night. Love it.
Don't worry, I'm catching up. I'll catch up.
Going strong here. Yeah, then he'll just head down and get ready for when he's called.
Okay. You go back into the locker room and sit down, and you notice that the only person that's left now is the dwarf. The minutes kind of tick by until the dwarf gets called in, and about a minute and a half later goes by before you hear the announcers outside yell about the champion's victory. And then at this point, you go to stand up and stand by the double doors, waiting for the announcers to call you in. From outside of the door, you hear the announcers yell, "Up next is our next challenger." And if I'm understanding this correctly, from our nice little man out front, we got somebody from the Night Corps that's looking to take on the champion tonight. Everyone, please welcome Sir Isaac. And the doors open up, and the crowd explodes as you step down the walkway leading into the octagon-shaped ring. In the ring stands a woman with sweat glistening off of her brow and is breathing slightly heavy. However, she looks like she's ready to continue fighting. Darcy, you two can now see each other, and let me just come here real quick.
Oh my god, hi.
How's it going?
And-
I'm pretty good.
Okay. All right, and you guys can now place yourselves on the board inside the arena, wherever you'd like.
All right.
I'll pull up my thingy. Swing.
Oh.
Nope. God, I'm in the crowd. Don't mind me. Boop. There we go. Good enough.
All right.
Nice. Okay. You are now inside the arena. You're looking down at each other, and the referee walks over to each of you. First up to you, Erlen. All right, the rules are really simple. You're not here to kill each other, but you're definitely here to try to win. No sneaky, sly. You know, let's try to keep this a clean fight, and try not to hit the chest, would you?
Fair enough.
And then he walks over to you, Darcy. You should know by now. You know all the rules. Just a friendly reminder. Avoid hitting below the belt.
I'll do what I can.
All right, then. Are we ready to start this match? Are you ready?
Yeah.
All
Ready as I'll ever be.
The referee stands out to the center of the ring here. Does a little hand wave with his motion, or this motion with his hands, and puts his hand straight up above him, and a puff of smoke comes out and then forms what appears to be a smoky timer above the arena, big enough to where the entire, where everyone could be able to see it, and it's currently reading at 3 minutes. He holds out his arms and points to both of you, looks back and forth, and then throws his arm down in the middle, and the bell rings, and I'll need both of you to roll initiative.
Oh shit.
Starts crying more.
Solid 12, yeah.
See Evan.
All right. With that, ding, ding, ding. Erlen, you are first up on the block.
As soon as that timer went up, Erlen is in a fencing stance, and he looks like his legs are locked and ready to spring straight at her.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as the timer goes off, he's immediately off, and he's going to let's see. Of course, she's 5 feet out of my movement. We love that.
Convenient.
We love that.
Nice. You should have
Hey, that
control of your
helps you the
tokens
time.
as well, so you should be able to drag them around.
Yeah, I'm looking at where I want to position myself.
Okay.
Not that it matters all that much. First turn disadvantage, I call rigged. I think
Dude.
midway through his run, he's gonna realize he can't make up the distance.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll kind of cut to the side like this to make 30 feet. And then he's immediately going to hold his sword up in a fencing stance, and he's going to take the dodge action.
Okay. So you're gonna have the dodge action set up. All right. Does that end your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Divine, it is your turn.
Cool. Okay. I want another night court. Okay. Let me pull up my character sheet. Should I be rolling like my offhand attacks? What would you like me to use on here?
Okay, so you could use your normal sword attack, but it will only deal 1 bludgeoning damage instead of the full damage.
Cool. Alright. Well, I will move in. There's no other reason to not do that.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll twirl her blade before she goes in. She's like, pleasure to meet ya, and go in to strike.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, with the dodge, you'll be making that swing at disadvantage.
Okay.
Yep.
Should I click the disadvantage on here then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. With a 14, she's Divine swings with very quick speed after she says her phrase to you, Erlin, and a pretty surprising amount of speed. But it's just slow enough to where you're able to dodge out of the way of the first blow. And with that, does that end your turn, Divine?
For the most part, yes. She'll kind of just like position herself to like be ready for a strike coming her way, but that is all I'll do mechanically this turn.
Okay. The announcers are screaming out in the background, "Man, this guy is quick on his feet. You see how he dodged that? Yeah, I don't think the champion is quite expecting that. This might actually turn into to be an interesting fight after all." And the cheer is going wild. Yeah, fight, 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 fight. You see, out of the corner of your eyes, you can see like a bunch of knights that are up in the front rows are all like drinking and like, yeah, go, 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 go. With that,
Dahlia, who's slunk into the establishment at this point, do I hear anybody like putting bets on or anything like that, or calling for one of them to be?
I would say, yeah, you could definitely hear people placing bets. It's like, oh, I told you a knight was gonna show up. Oh yeah, I'm doubling my bet now. It's like, oh, fine, you're on. Coming off to like your left-hand side a little bit, and you notice that it's a couple of other knights that are actually making the bet.
I'll pull a pouch off my side, drop it on the table, still sitting in my seat, and just call over to say 100 gold on the mail.
The knights look down at the purse that you just dropped right there, and they both stare like gawkingly at it, and they're like, well, I mean, we're betting on, well, this guy over here's betting on him. I'm still betting on the champion, so yeah, well, screw it, I'll take you up on that. And puts up what's left of his coin purse, which kind of looks slightly smaller than what you've got, or that you just put on the table.
Yeah, Dahlia will give a nod and then look back towards the fight.
Okay.
Sorry, Darcy.
All right. With that, Erlin, it is your turn again. What would you like to do?
As soon as he dodges the blow, he'll stay ready in his stance. It's nice to meet you as well. I'm looking forward to see what you can do. And then he will move forward to strike.
Okay. Show me the attack.
Nice.
Okay.
Solid.
All right. So with your 10, it is a very heavy swing from you as you're looking to really test out her metal. But she is quick, easily parries away your attack with the shield, even for as heavy as you swung it. You're actually surprised at how easily she deflected your blow.
And then since I missed, I think just for the shits, I'm gonna use my shield master feat to try and shove her 5 feet away with the with my bonus action.
Okay. And that'll be a athletics check, correct?
I believe it's probably contested athletics.
Okay, then. What is the DC on that?
It's just a contested athletics, so whoever rolls higher, I believe defender wins out ties.
Okay, gotcha. Well, then both of you give me an athletics check.
Fucking no.
Okay.
We're both rolling terribly.
Divine.
Hell yeah.
Divine, you used your shield and parried away this heavy blow from his sword, and with his still very surprising amount of speed, he manages to get inside of your guard, and using his shield, he blasts up against your chest, knocking you back 5 feet.
So this puts distance between us, correct?
Yep. So it'll push you back 5 feet.
Can I react with Sentinel? Or is this, I'm technically moving, it doesn't work here?
Yeah, it's only if he leaves. It's only if
Yeah.
he intentionally leaves your area of attack.
Yeah.
So you don't get reaction for forced movement, basically.
Yep.
Mhm.
So you can
Gotcha.
move back down diagonally there 1 square.
Boop. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
With that,
Now that
Divine.
I've-
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
now
I
that
thought
I've
you had
made some distance, Erlin's gonna make even more distance.
God.
Okay.
I'm gonna be. You got it first turn. I'm taking it now.
Nice.
And he's gonna move back, to the corner here, 30 feet away, and
Nice.
just stay ready.
Okay.
Interesting. A bit of strategy going on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. With that, Divine, it is your turn.
Cool. So you backed up 30 on me? Okay. Well, can I even get to you? How do I do the...
Well, you could if you dashed.
But I don't want to do that. Okay. Well, upon seeing him back off, I definitely get the thought coming across like, oh no, we're running the clock out. God,
Yep. The clock
and
is
this
ticking
the
away
night
above
core. Alrighty. She's going to roll her shoulders a little bit. And she's gonna like extend her sword out, kind of playing to the crowd. And you'll see that her eyes bring on this glow, and these incorporeal wings come out from behind her.
you. Ooh.
Oh
Let
fuck me, she's popping it already.
Yeah, you fucking ran.
Nice.
Oh shit.
What's your just so I know, what's your flight speed?
I believe it is 30.
Oh, she's got the flight speed too. Fuck me.
Okay.
Don't run. I will get you.
Okay. So you bamf out these wings. Do you want them to look like anything in particular?
I think for just in general, she's gonna probably just go generic angelic wings, trying not to really represent anyone right now.
Okay. So yeah, with that, Erlin, you see her kind of like posture up to the audience, swing her sword out, and all of a sudden these angelic, beautiful white wings burst out from her back and have like a 15-foot wingspan, and they just reach up into the sky, and the crowd just goes absolutely insane as these wings come out. What would you like to do
Now I'm
next,
intrigued.
Divine?
Dahlia as well, while sitting there, she's back in full armor, but she was still being semi-casual. Will sit up in her seat upon seeing this, and the smile that she had leaves her face. And she's now staring at this figure.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. So I do that, and then she'll lally out. So much for a Nightcore running away, and she's going to fly in. The 30 feet. Is there how do I do that? Hold on.
So you'll still be able to move, wherever you want onto the board. Just know that if you go up, you could also go up like diagonally. So to go like the full 30 feet forward and up at the same time, it'll put you roughly about 15 feet in the air.
The snap thing that helped me, so I can figure out where. So I can get roughly like around here with
Yeah.
that 30. Is that right?
Yep, you could do that.
Cool.
Oh, you're okay. I was gonna ask, are you house ruling this or not? Because usually vertical actually takes up movement. So
Yeah, that's why I'm checking here.
It'll still take up movement going vertical and diagonally. So pretty much what I'm doing is that if she's going up diagonally, I'm cutting the distance of how high she goes in half and going the full length. So that'll be like 15 feet in the air, but going the full 30 feet.
Was that right here?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, cool.
So now,
cool. Sorry, just to point out, a cool thing you can do is when you're moving your token, you can either press Q or you can press, like while holding the left click, you can press right click. It'll give you a measurement while you're moving your token.
Oh my god! Magic. Oh, whoop. Magic. All right.
Nice.
Cool.
There you go.
And then can I use my movement to just get to this guy?
No. You would have that you with your flight speed more or less took the place of your regular movement speed.
Okay. So I've used my movement. I have used my action to do that ability. So she's kind of like in a waiting position, like, what are you gonna do, man?
All right.
And then I'll end my turn there.
With that, the announcers burst out with thaumaturgy. Oh my god! Or oh my Pelor! Divine's busting out the wings already! Man, she must mean serious business with this guy. What's he gonna do now? I don't know, it's a bold move, Stan, but let's see if it pays off for her. Erlen, it's your turn.
WWF.
Erlen will just shout, "There it is. I was waiting to see what cards you had. Come on, then." And he will move forward. And he will throw an attack at her.
Okay, so you know she's 15 feet in the air, so to make up the distance, I will need you to roll me an athletics check.
Wait.
Or possibly an acrobatics to see if you can reach her.
I use athletics going up, acrobatics when you're trying to land.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, if she's up in the air, I'm just going to fucking hold an action to attack when she comes into range.
Okay, then. All right. Just a quick reminder, do you tell me what the held action is, or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I'm holding an action. When she comes into range, I'm going to take a swing.
Okay, gotcha. All right, with that, Divine, it's your turn.
Ooh. Anything else I want to do that's fancy?
Fancier than angelic wings.
Yeah.
Hard to top.
You dropped the bomb right away.
You ran away from me.
On strategy.
I think, no, it is very valid. I think for the most part, she's going to use that few feet that she's got off the air to swing down hard on him.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. You know what? I'm going to make this interesting here for the sake of the flavor here. You're going to roll me your attack, but combo it up with a strength check.
I'll roll the attack for you first.
Okay.
And as soon as she comes into range, I get my
Tetanus.
swing off.
And,
Yep.
and
I'm
it
just
was, you
waiting.
said
Strength check.
athletics? Strength check.
So,
Okay, just
yeah, just a straight strength. Okay. So, you swing down with your sword with all of your might, or almost all of your might, and using gravity to assist you on the downward swing. And you blast onto Erlen's shield, and it's like your knees almost buckle under this weight, Erlen. But you manage to keep the sword from coming into contact with you, just barely. And with that, you manage to take your shield and slightly direct it to where it'll now slide down and into the ground. And with that, you swing across, coming into her now open guard. Roll me your attack.
24.
All right.
Please.
And
Finally
with
getting
that,
a hit off.
No!
and with that, you manage to get into her open guard, and you blast her into the side of into her side, right below the rib cage. Divine, you take 2 bludgeoning damage.
Boop, boop. There we go.
Okay.
Dahlia at this point is kind of rubbing her chin. This is super interesting to her.
As soon as Erlen gets that hit off, he'll shout to her, "Come on, champion, is that all you've got?"
Sweetheart, I'm just getting started.
Oh, the shit talking. I love it.
Yeah. With that, Divine, is there anything else you'd like to do for your turn? You
From
still
the
have
inside.
movement, and I don't know if you got any bonus actions you could take.
Goes through. Hold on, I gotta look through my list.
Okay.
I think for the, I'll hold off.
Okay. So you're gonna end your turn then?
Dahlia, seeing the events that just transpired in this round, Dahlia will turn to the group that she made the bet with and say, geez, you could cut the sexual tension with a knife in there.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Dahlia, you will notice that at this point the timer is down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right,
Divine,
that's
did you end your
six of the
turn?
way there. Darcy?
Is it my turn?
No, I was
He-
asking if you
he-
ended. No, I was asking if
Sorry.
you ended your turn.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hold off. That's the end of my turn here.
Okay then.
Okay.
With that, the announcers got blasting out again. Oh wow! Can you believe that? This dude is quick on his feet. He managed to actually get a blow on the champion. This is only like the second time tonight. And look, oh man, did you see the power that she had on that swing? I'm surprised he's standing at all. Most men would have crumbled under that. All right, Erlen, it is your turn.
As soon as he pulls his sword back and gets ready, he's actually gonna go into almost like an Oni-Ani or an Obi-Ani flourish with his blade. And then he's going to plant his right foot solidly into the ground and do like a backspin and trying to like hit her in the side with the broad edge of his blade.
Ooh, interesting. Give me your attack with an acrobatics check.
Okay. Here's
got
the
this.
attack. 10. No, I don't. And then acrobatics natural 20.
Nice. Okay, so you do this flourish and this twist and come around with your blade. Divine, you haven't seen somebody do something like this before. This is somebody who is very obviously skilled with his weapon. It's enough to distract you, just enough to where he manages to get the swing in and makes contact with your opposite side. You take 2 more bludgeoning damage.
No, what a nat 20 though.
Click,
Mm.
click.
Timing.
Out of
And then as soon as that lands, he'll hold the point of his wooden sword out to her and say, "Not going anywhere now. Come on then." And that'll be it for me.
Okay, then. It is now back to you, Divine.
Okay. I think what she would do is dramatically flap her wings to push her in closer to strike.
Okay. Give me your attack with I'm gonna say an intimidation at disadvantage.
Okay. Do you want me to roll my attack with disadvantage as well?
No, the attack will be straight.
Okay. Here's. Oh, sadness. Okay. Let me roll a shitty intimidation with it.
It's not terrible.
Mixed
Okay.
emotions here tonight.
Okay, so after taking the 2 blows, you flap your wings and posture up
What is this?
against Erlen here. Erlen, you take a step back as she uses the force of her wings to push her in towards your you to swing or to try to do another swing at you. The speed surprises you, and you manage to get your shield up just at the last second as another hard blow hits against your shield. This time it looks like she was aiming for your face, though.
Oh, for sure.
I respect it.
All right. And the announcers are still going nuts and is screaming out a play-by-play in the background as the fight intensifies. The crowd is like up on their feet. You and if Dahlia, you kind of look around and you can see a couple of people exchanging coins and pounding down ales and everything else in the nearby vicinity around you. Erlin, it's your turn again.
Can I surge for shits and giggles?
Oh, you want to?
Oh shit!
Oh boy, we're gonna try this again,
I
huh?
want to. Yeah, I want to use that opportunity while making it look like I'm going for the face. I want to change direction at the last moment.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do another attack then.
Okay. God!
no!
Oh no!
Lord.
Just for flavor, can I say
The
that
curse!
Erlin catches this coming and he just sidesteps the swipe, doesn't even block it.
Yeah. You manage, yeah, Erlin blocks the first one with the shield, and she tries to pivot and swing in the opposite direction. Erlin, you just lean backwards as, like, in her frustration, she shortchanged the swipe, and it just whizzes in front of you, like, completely missing you altogether.
As mean and cruel as this would be, I'm almost tempted to send you a mishap table to roll. Because that's like 2 nat ones in a row.
You're gonna learn real quick. My dice will kill me if they can.
You need new dice.
This is
I
roll
think,
20, though.
I know.
I think as soon as he sidesteps it, he'll like look her dead in the eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that about the Night Core?
So far, a bit bland.
And is the name
So
Divine
far.
only for show?
Oh, for sure. You gotta meet my manager after this, and you'd understand.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
And then, yeah.
As with the action surge, I would ask now if that ends your turn, Divine.
I believe so.
All right, Erlin, it's back to you now.
As she's kind of in this vulnerable position, having missed both of those, he's just gonna kind of dance around her, almost like tauntingly, and then
Ooh.
he's gonna go for another strike.
Okay, let's see the strike.
23.
Okay,
Damn.
damn. Okay.
Can I use my parry at this point?
Yeah, you should be able to use your parry.
Okay. Should have used that to begin with, but whoops, forgot about that a little bit. Okay.
All right, just show me the parry so I could be able to get a look at it.
It's not written in here. Do you want me to read out what it does for you?
Sure. Just so I know.
Okay. So when another creature damages you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to expend a superiority die to reduce that damage based off what you roll on that die plus your dexterity mod.
Okay. And with this dealing
So
2
she's
damage.
basically guaranteed to
Yeah.
nullify the damage.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
I'm gonna say with that one, you parry the blast that comes in as he dances around you, but just barely. And you force his sword to instead of hit you, slide down your blade and get locked in between your blade and your shield instead. Erlin, will that complete your turn?
I think seeing that, he'll say, "Now that's more like it. Come on now, more of that." And then he will bonus action try to shove her with the shield again.
Okay. Competing
getting
athletics.
bullied.
Here we go.
Your
Yep.
athletics is better than mine. 15.
Huzzah!
Oh
Well.
no!
It's me, remember?
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm rolling with disadvantage. It doesn't affect it. There's 2 rolls here.
So, he lunges forward with his shield, and manages to break out of your bind between your sword and shield, forcing you back another 5 feet once more. You use your wings to keep your balance, though.
And since Erlin is feeling a little petty, he's gonna walk towards her
Oh, and fill in the space.
after he shoved her. Yep.
Okay. Yep, so Divine, you will move diagonally up to the right, and then Erlin following in
And
behind.
Erlin will follow.
Cool.
All right, with that, Divine, it is your turn.
Loving the flavor for this fight, by the way.
I know.
Getting my ass beat.
Dahlia, you'll notice that there's a minute 45 left on the clock.
Oh, no.
Erlin just wants to show off right now.
You're doing great.
I'm just waiting for it to bite him in the ass.
I am too. I'm waiting for that crit.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of fun flavor text because she's gonna go for a strike. Is the floor of this arena made with like this wood or is it like sand?
It's like a wooden platform.
Damn it. Okay. Cool.
You're gonna
think
try
that
some
she'll
pocket sand shenanigans?
for sure.
What happened to not being petty?
You hurt my
Oh, boy.
feelings.
That's fair. Honestly, that's fair. Yeah.
What she's gonna mix up her tactics a little bit. Instead of pushing herself with more momentum, she's gonna attempt to push like wind your direction to make you unsteady to an extent, and then go in to strike at that point.
Interesting. Okay.
I dig it.
You push me, I push you.
I kind of like that flavor. Both of you give me competing athletics again.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my god. I've had disadvantage on these last 3 turns. I hope that's not what that was earlier.
Let's see.
I think this is the comeback. I think that's what this is.
That might be. All right. With that,
Well, the disadvantage I don't think matters because they were all the first number anyway.
okay.
True.
So,
So
because of the rush of wind, it throws you slightly off guard, Erlin, and you lose your balance slightly. Divine, you can make your attack with advantage.
Murder. Okay.
there you go.
All right.
Woo.
It was
Glad
just
you had that advantage.
yeah. So with that,
Roll the 25 first.
you swing in with your sword as he's slightly off, lost his balance slightly, taking advantage of it, and you get him across the chest. And you, Erlin, you just feel the hard thwack from the wooden blade going diagonally across your chest. You take 1 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. He'll let out a little cough. It's
Question.
about damn time.
Oh, where is it? Hold on. Oh, is my radiant soul not typed in here? That's a bit. Hold
Ooh. Ooh.
on. How do I?
There we go. I got it.
I'm just curious if there's the additional damage or if it's just the.
I think the question would be, would you count that as lethal damage since it's radiant?
That's why I'm asking the DM.
Okay, so this is what gave you your wings to begin with.
Yes.
Okay.
Or my opinion on this?
What you got?
I would say allow the wings for flavor, but probably have it so that she's intentionally holding back the radiant damage in order to abide by the rules.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
a very big edge having that much extra damage.
Right.
Well-
which is why I'm asking now because it wasn't
Yeah, because
relevant
it's
till I hit.
because the damage is equal to your level.
Yeah, because if you could justify that, then you could justify someone like a cleric casting holy weapon.
Yeah, that is true.
You
True.
could yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I would say in this particular scenario that you know that based off the rules, you need to hold back your radiant, your radiant energy, to play fairly.
You got it.
But I will say that kind of backtracking a little bit, that when you burst it out your wings, you have like this like yellowish glow outlining your body during the fight.
Cool. I'm a glow stick, guys.
I like the idea as well that the more she strikes, because she's holding the energy in, the stronger she will glow.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll leave that up to you, Divine, if you want to add that flavor.
Yeah, no, I'm down for any details you guys want to throw in.
Cool. All right. So you managed to successfully land a blow on him. Does that end your turn?
Yes, that is all I can do.
Okay. Dahlia, you notice the timer's now down to 1:30. And the announcers are just going absolutely nuts over the spectacle going on before them. Erlin, it is your turn.
All right. At this point, since we're pretty deep in the fight, he'll probably shift a little bit, and he'll speak up and say, "You know, if you're looking for something to actually give you the skills a champion deserves, I may have a proposition for you." And he'll take a swing.
Okay. Show me the attack.
24.
Oof. All right. At his words, and based off of everything that has happened today, his words seem to get to you just a little bit, Divine, and it causes you to not react quite as fast as you normally would, and you fail to bring your shield up just in time to block another blow as you take 2 more bludgeoning damage.
Oh, can I not use my parries?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's every turn then, right?
Anytime I can use my reaction.
Okay, gotcha. If you want to use your parry, just let me know whenever he does an attack.
Okay.
Just that way I've got more or less the reminder on
Yeah.
it.
I have
It does
used
have a
2
limit.
so far. Yeah.
Yeah, it does have a limit based on how many superiority dice she has.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Don't worry, I'm sweating bullets.
Okay, so you
No,
parry again?
I was reassuring everybody because I didn't, I wasn't
Yeah.
sure if everybody knew.
Yeah, I
basically,
wasn't sure if there was a limit on it or not. That was what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, here,
Yeah.
I'll post that so you can read it too.
Okay. I'm assuming the superiority dice is equal to.
There you go.
It's based on their level.
There you
Okay.
So I've got 2 more.
Okay, so you
Hey, wow,
start
your
off
class
with
is
3.
really, yeah, your class is really good for this kind of environment, actually.
Oh wait, so you currently have 2 more, or you just used another one?
I have used 2 so far and only have 2 remaining left.
Okay, so you started with 4. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure. Yep. Okay, I see it now.
Yes.
Okay, so even though the words shook you up and everything else like that, you managed to bring your shield up just in the very last second, and it skirts along the top of the shield and forces the blade to go above your head instead of getting hit by it. Erlin, does that end your turn?
Yep.
Okay, with that, back to you, Divine. It's your turn.
Well, I'm gonna go in for another strike. Kind of in response to what he said, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Rip.
You go to swing at him again, little curious, a little kind of confused about his statement in general. And even though you're still swinging hard, he's still very much quick on his feet, brings up his shield again once more and blocks your blow again.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is an offhand a bonus action? I want to confirm this.
Yes, offhand is bonus action.
Okay, and is it only involving like punching, or can I attempt to sweep the leg?
Um,
But like flavor text, I'm using my wings to like do that maneuver if possible.
Okay. Interesting. I'm going to say normally that it's meant to be just a single punch, but I do like the sense of the flavor that you're going with here. So I'm going to say that you could bind it up with competing athletics again.
Okay.
So I need both of you to roll me athletics, and Divine, show me your unarmed strike. Or your offhand attack, rather. Okay. So, with that, you use your wings to try to swipe down at his legs, and you manage to be able to connect with his leg and pulling it out from underneath him, causing him to fall back and land on his butt, but he doesn't take any damage.
Okay. I take that as a small victory for me.
Okay. With that, the crowd explodes out as somebody is, come down onto the ground, and Dolly, you notice more coin is being exchanged. Minute 30 left on the timer now.
She is barely paying attention to even the 100 gold that she dropped. She's totally engrossed in this fight at this point.
Okay. Actually, did I say 130 earlier? Yeah, 115 rather.
Yeah.
115 left on the timer now. Erlin, it is back to you. You are currently on your butt.
Okay. He will.
You know, you gotta go for the horse flip. You know that, right?
The horse flip?
You know that thing you see martial artists do in movies where they flip. Their
Erlin's
legs?
gonna roll. Yeah.
Oh.
Erlin's gonna slightly roll onto his back and kick himself up.
Nice.
All
I'm
right,
gonna
badass.
I'm gonna give that to you and just say that it takes half your movement.
Yep. And then he'll look at her and say, "Well, considering the competition I've seen here, this isn't really gonna go anywhere." And he will take another swing.
Okay, show me the attack.
19.
19.
I mean, I'm
Divine.
gonna use parry while I can.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right. Again, she parries your blow again. This time, taking the shield and then forcing your blade down and not pinning it, but causing it to collide into the ground next to her feet, avoiding the damage once more.
He will then say, I can offer you a position in the Night Corps should you want it. And that will be it for him.
Okay. Sounds good. Divine, it is your turn now.
Okay, my question's not relevant to right now, but like, I don't know how familiar I am with the Night Corps at this point in time.
So you are pretty familiar with the Night Corps just from being in the city. You see them going around all over the place. They're always at the arena cheering on for the fights and stuff. As far as their capabilities goes, because where crime rates are so low and everything else like that, you've kind of more or less seen them for the most part to be like a general police force. I would say this is the first time that you've really seen their capabilities on display properly. The one other person that you've met in the ring who said that they were a knight, even though they put up a pretty decent challenge, you ended up besting them anyways. This is probably the first time that you've encountered someone that's from the Night Corps, says they're from the Night Corps, that is really giving you a proper challenge.
Gonna roll my attack while I think of a witty response.
Okay.
I'm gonna shimmy, move around. Gotta wow the crowd. We'll definitely I don't know if twirl's the right word. I don't know combat terms, but I'll twirl my blade and then go in for another strike.
Alrighty then, show me the attack.
Swing. Sadness.
Okay.
Sadness.
You try to kind of put on a little bit more of a performance for the crowd as you kind of remember that's part of your job. unfortunately. And it was just a bit of where maybe you were being maybe a little too showboaty, and Erlen is able to read your strike ahead of time, blocking the blow once more.
Okay, so as I go to like do that strike and it doesn't like meet its purchase, now why would I want to do that? I do
Okay.
nothing here.
All right. With that, does that end your turn?
I want to use my offhand attack. I'm trying to think of more like not sweep the leg, keep methods here.
Well, you could try to do a standard punch.
Can I move in for a headbutt for shits and giggles?
Sure, why not? We could say we could do that. But it'd be just a standard attack, I would say.
Cool. Yeah, I'm imagining that's what, like, when I go in for the headbutt is when I'll make that comment, too. 8.
Okay. You make your comment and you go to move in for the headbutt, but Erlen is able to read your movements and sees what you're about to try to do and manages to sidestep you instead.
Vulcan death grip. Nice. That's all I can do.
Okay. Dahlia, 1 minute left on the timer. Erlen, it's your turn.
Just for the shits, I'm gonna make an attack action. Can I make the bonus action first to try and headbutt her back?
Sure.
Yes, go for it.
This is just a d20 plus strength, right?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, just for the
You
shits
got
and giggles.
this.
No. That's
Okay.
a 12 total.
Okay. You try to return the headbutt, but Divine holds up her wing as almost like an extra shield blocking your headbutt.
Yeah, no thank you.
All right.
There we go. Fix the music real quick. There we go. Yep, your
and
face
then
is
he'll
just met
make
with
his-
feathers.
Yeah, and then he'll make his normal attack.
Okay.
23.
Okay.
God.
Your headbutt was enough to be able to distract her, and you kind of do a backwards twirl to get around to her flank and swing out with the sword once more. Are you going
Alright,
to parry?
It's my last one. Gonna
Okay.
use it.
All right. And with that, Divine uses her other wing and is able to force the blade out and away from her from dealing any damage. You could see exhaustion starting to come onto Divine's face at this point. Does that end
Right,
your turn?
And he's gonna say something.
Okay.
Okay.
As is par for the course at this point. What you've seen is a sham of the infantry. I can show you what the real Night Corps is about.
He says with a mouthful of feathers.
I can show you what the Night Corps is about.
Poof.
Oh, please, no. Disgusting.
No.
It's a great image, though.
And then he'll kind of just step behind where she's facing him as a part of like that flourish to hit her.
Okay.
And that'll be
Cool.
that'll be the end of his turn.
Okay. With that, Divine, it's now your turn. You are starting to feel the exhaustion, and you glance up just for a split second, and you see that the timer is at 50 seconds now.
Okay, cool. Like, in that moment, there's a part of her that's like, I'm kind of happy I'm not doing great, because it would be great to quit right now. I want to quit. So she's gonna dramatically turn, flourish the wings. Then why do you serve? And she's gonna go, I'm gonna attempt to disarm him.
Ooh, interesting. Remind me how that works.
Good question.
Because, like, I think for you it would
Google
be,
it quick.
what is it? I'm pretty sure it's
Google.
athletics, right?
Calling the SWAT team. Is it opposing, perhaps?
Here it is. According to 5e rules, a creature can use a weapon attack to. So it should use her attack to knock a weapon or another item from a target's grasp. The attacker makes an attack roll contested by the target's strength or dexterity. So it'd be athletics or acrobatics.
I will say, I don't have the Battle Master ability to disarm, so I wouldn't necessarily have any of those benefits, by the way. But thank you, Brutal.
Okay. Yeah, because I just the first thing that I found requires a superiority die, is what I found.
Yeah.
And then it'd be versus a strength saving throw. So, I think what I'll do instead, because I like where you're trying to go with this, I'm gonna say that Divine will do an athletics versus a strength saving throw from Erlin.
It would not be acrobatics, because that's what a normal disarm check it would be against. It would be my choice of athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with your choice of acrobatics or athletics then.
Okay, because my acrobatics is my half decent skill.
I feel that, dude. I feel that.
Okay.
It's like, let's keep it straight.
Awesome, 9. Oh my god!
Oh.
Remind me to
Seven.
never take you gambling. Good
Okay.
God.
Like, look, it's my lucky number, but please go. No,
I don't want it anymore.
not now.
Okay. Divine, you move in and you get into the bind with Erlin here, and you guys got the blades locked and you're trying to maneuver them and force it around you. You try to do twirl motion to try to force the blade out of his hand, but Erlin is very familiar with this disarming technique and manages to keep the twirl and use the momentum instead to reposition himself and keep his weapon in his hand.
Can I attempt to bonus action with my offhand, like, shoulder check him?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say do that at advantage, because he had to maneuver himself to keep his blade.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
You move in and you do this shoulder check as he's resituating his feet and blast your shoulder into his chest. Erlin, you take 1 bludgeoning damage.
It's so
Okay.
sad. I'm struggling.
He takes it like a champ.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dahlia, you notice 30 seconds left on the clock.
Too late.
The announcers are going insane. The crowd is like very much on like the edge of their seats, and like they seem to be like crushing into the the sides of the arena, like trying to get as close as possible. The fight is getting real close again, just like it was with the Tabaxi. Erlin, it is now your turn.
Erlin will immediately open with saying, I joined to fight for the protection of New Boston and her people. It gave me a purpose. If that's something you're looking for, I can offer it. And he will take a swing.
All right, show me the attack.
Oh, that's a 12.
Okay.
And then he'll make, just for the shits, he'll make an offhand attack. Because why not?
Okay.
Go for it.
Nope, that's a 13.
Oh, okay. What
thank
kind of
God.
offhand attack did you want to do? Just a regular like throw of the fist, or
He was just going for like a gut punch.
okay.
Actually, it would be more flavored as like a shield bash, like a backhand shield bash.
Okay, gotcha. So you swing out with your sword, and Divine meets your sword with her own and deflects the blade back. And as you try to do your shield bash, you guys, it almost seems like she tried to do the same thing at the same time, and you both have your shields collide into each other, and you just hear this loud boom as they collide. Does that end your turn?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
You all good there, Brutal?
Yeah, I accidentally disconnected. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh no.
it's all good.
Okay, with that, Divine, it's your turn. You manage to glance out of your out of the corner of your eye as you throw each other back a little bit from the shield bash. You see the timer up above you. It's down to 20 seconds now.
Okay. Before she does anything, because you're so engaged with her, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of relief in her face. And then she's gonna push off with her wings and attempt to pin you against the wall, trying to use
Okay.
that momentum.
Okay. So I'm going to say that you need to do a athletics because sounds like what you're going to try to do is carry him and pin him to the wall. So you're going to need to do that to be able to move him the distance.
I'm going the distance.
And then
Going for speed.
Erlen, you can do a competing you could either give me a competing acrobatics or dexterity saving throw.
Okay, well, those are both the same for me.
Okay.
23.
Okay.
Oh man, I roll.
Once again,
Nice,
he'll
nice.
just sidestep it.
Okay. And curious, Divine, which wall were you trying to put him in? If you hold the left click, you'll be able to ping on the map. And okay.
We'll say this one.
Okay. So you try to lunge forward, wings rushing behind you, and try to go to grab him by the scruff of his armor and try to go to pin him on the wall. Erlen, you manage to essentially do like the Matrix dodge and like kind of fall
Can I
backward.
interject for just a second?
Okay.
I feel like this would be in character for him.
Okay.
Given the 23, he knows that he can get out of the way. Can he choose to fail?
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
that's actually it's in the rule book that if you make a save of any kind, you can automatically choose to fail it if you wish.
Okay. So
Like
I was under
in his
the
mind, he knows he can dodge this, but
right.
he would like to choose to fail.
Okay. I'm gonna let it slide this time. I'll say next time that when the option is provided, you'll have to say beforehand.
Okay.
So, okay. With that, Divine, you lunge forward, wings, having the gush of wind going underneath your wings, and you grab Erlen by the leather armor right about where like the armpit is at, and you pick him up off the ground, and you throw him or pin him. Oop, wrong thing. Ah! Get out of here.
a circle. Haha, yes.
Sorry, wrong thing.
You're all good.
You scribble red marker all over his face.
Draw mustache on Erlen's face.
Pull out the Sharpie. It's desperate measures.
Oh God, no!
There we go.
Oh
Okay.
lord.
And you manage to throw him down, throw him up, and pin him up against the wall here. I'm gonna say that took your bonus action to do.
Okay. Am I able to detect he let me do that?
You could roll me an insight.
I'd like to do that.
Okay.
Would that be against like deception?
Yeah, I would say against
Or-
deception. Both of you whisper those to me.
Oh, well.
She already rolled it.
Oh,
So I'll
okay.
just roll this out in the open. It's fine. 20.
Okay.
Damn it.
Yeah, Divine.
He's too
you,
good.
Yeah, Divine. You had no idea that he let you do it. You think that you managed to get the jump on him. Yeah, but his face is just kind of like stone right now. He's not really showing any kind of emotion whatsoever.
Cool. Didn't think I'd get this far, kids.
We're doing it live.
Cool. Okay, this may be a weird question. Can I attempt to, like, I don't know, like, throw him over my shoulder, like, into the, like, further into the, like, the arena, like, this direction?
I'm
Just,
gonna
like, toss
say
him around.
I'm gonna say no because you had already been able to pick him up
Okay.
and throw him into the wall and got him currently pinned there.
Can I knee him in the gut, then, as, like, my offhand?
Can you use
Or
a
is that
bonus
a
action?
no?
Can you use a bonus action for an action?
No.
Well, what you can do is you can just say it's an unarmed strike and use it as an action.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
No,
we
we
said this was
pretty much
my
have the same
bonus
one.
action to do this, though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what I was
saying.
trying
Like,
to
if you're kneeing him, you like unarmed doesn't just mean punching; it can mean kneeing or like headbutting. So
Okay.
you could say you're doing an unarmed strike and just flavor it as a knee.
Okay. Yeah. Then in which case we could use that as an action. That's going to be a D20 plus your strength, right?
Yep.
And proficiency because it's an action. So.
Okay, yeah, plus proficiency.
Okay. Let me see here. Strength is 3, proficiency is 2, so just remember those numbers. I'm gonna roll a d20.
All right.
Hey-ya!
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
That
22.
hurts.
22. All right. And after you got him pinned into the wall, you lunge your knee forward into him and get it square in the center of his gut. Even with the padded armor and everything, Erlen, you could feel this knee bury into your gut. You take an additional point of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Would Dahlia recognize from the sparring earlier and seeing Erlen's technique that he could have very easily dodged that grapple?
I'm gonna say because of the distance that you're at, and based off the knowledge that you do know of from the encounter with it, you may think that she may have just gotten lucky.
Okay. In that case, then Dahlia will stand. She'll go from her posture where she was intently paying attention with her hand on her chin. She will stand out of her seat, and she's so invested in the fight, nothing around her, including the timer, is even in eyesight. She's just staring at these two now.
Okay. You do. Okay, you're not even looking at the timer. Would that be the end of your turn, Divine?
Is it possible for me to peek up at the timer?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that when you went to go lunge forward and everything else, to go pin him up against the wall, you noticed that there was 10 seconds left on the clock.
Okay. I think she's gonna quietly say congrats on the victory and back off.
Ooh, interesting. How far are you backing up? You have, I think, about 10 feet of movement left at most.
Then I'll do that then.
Okay. All right, and that ends your turn?
Yes, that is all I can do.
All right. With that, the announcers are screaming out, "Wait, what's this? She's backing off? There's only like 7 seconds left on the clock." That's a bold decision, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Erlen, it's your turn.
Erlen will... He will walk towards her,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll just hold out his hand. Well fought.
Indeed, and she'll do the same.
Okay. And
Can I like raise our hands up together and like extend out my wings dramatically?
okay, so this is what happens. He walks forward. The timer is ticking away. He extends out his hand, and you guys have your little back and forth there. And right as your hands clasp together, the bell rings. Ting, 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 ting. And the crowd goes absolutely insane as you hold up his hand and you flare up your wings. And it's so loud that you can even barely hear the announcers using their thaumaturgy. Holy crap! He actually won! Somebody actually defeated the champion! What's going on? I don't know, Cotton. It seems pretty bold. Let's see if it pays off. And then...
God damn it.
And at this point, the referee comes in, accompanied by a Kenku that, Divine, you definitely recognize. Erlen, this is the first time you've seen it. This pudgy, crow-looking man who absolutely looks devastated and is, like, barely able to walk forward as he holds this giant sack of gold in front of him.
I'm enjoying this on the inside.
And then the announcers are finally able to announce, here is your winner and the new defeater of our champion, Divine, Sir Ryvik. And the referee goes to extend his hand out and forces the Kenku forward. And very begrudgingly, the Kenku hands you the winning pot.
Yeah, he'll take it.
All right.
I'm gonna hype the crowd up in the background, just like Erlen.
Erlin will just sort of give a bow.
Yeah, and the crowd goes absolutely insane. You do notice that there are, like, as you look amongst the crowd and everything, there is a lot of mixed emotion where some of them are like extremely shocked, some of them are extremely happy. You can see bags of coin being exchanged throughout the crowd.
A lot of people just lost their bets.
Yep.
Good.
Dahlia will raise her hands to start clapping, and then for a moment contemplate what she just saw, and then slowly start to clap, and then realize that she's got money out of this. Turn to the table, smile, and just
Hell
take all the coin.
Yep. And that knight looks extremely heartbroken, and then like looks to his buddy. You got a spare coin that way I can at least have a drink tonight.
Oh, buddy.
Oh,
He bet everything he
flick him a
had in his
gold.
pocket.
I'll flick him a gold. Why not?
Okay. Yeah, he was completely shocked as you flick him a gold because he was talking to his buddy there, and is like, "Oh, never mind, thanks." And then realizes that you're the captain and instantly snaps to attention, like, "Oh shit, captain!"
At ease, at ease.
All right. With that, Erlin and Divine, you guys are escorted back up the ramp, back into the Challenger's dorm, and the Kenku, who, or Striker, as you know him, is so upset with what happened. He doesn't even look at you, and he just walks out the door. And let me switch over real quick to this for a moment. And then I am going to drag us back over here. And for right now, I'm just going to set Erlin, you right here on top. And you guys are left in a empty an empty locker room right now. Divine, you are gotten your bottle and you got a towel slung around your neck right now. And just kind of more or less, you guys are kind of just, you know, in a bit of an awkward silence at the moment.
I am like massaging out the sore spots I for sure have at this point. That was the manager, by the way.
didn't seem quite too happy about the whole situation.
Not wrong, although it's quite refreshing to see that, considering how greedy he is. He didn't even tell me I was going to do this, and I found out.
That's a bit underhanded.
Mm-hmm.
And Erlin's gonna start taking off all the fucking padded armor and shit and hanging up the weapons because I'm sure he looks like a fucking dumbass with this like padded helmet on.
Yeah, have you ever seen like a pugil stick fight?
Yeah.
Okay, that's essentially what the armor looked like.
Yeah, no, definitely following suit. Don't want to be seen in public wearing this shit.
Nice.
And as soon as his like gear's taken off, he'll like sit on a bench across from her. Ugh. Well, I'd say any other day where you didn't have however many fights before me, I think we would have had a much different match.
Maybe. You're skilled, so I doubt that a little bit. It helps that most people that don't compete here actually have much fighting experience. Which is another concerning thing. That they let people do that?
Yeah, there was a man in here who didn't even know how to put the armor on. I had to help him.
It doesn't help that I asked,
Divine, you would
I
know
asked.
that's the person that you defeated in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, no. To be fair, I didn't have to hit him. I just asked him what he wanted me to tell his loved ones.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. He looked like he was about to piss his pants in the locker room.
I think he did.
Yeah.
These
Well,
people are not fighters,
no,
and they shouldn't have to be.
it's it's a chance for entertainment and hobbyists, but it doesn't feel like it would really be worth the time in my eyes. No offense.
You're not wrong, it's not. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing with myself at this point. Kinda got nudged this directions.
Well, if you're open to it, I can nudge you in a different direction. You are skilled, I will admit. And frankly, with the inspection that happened today, we could use more fighters with a prowess such as yours.
Inspection?
Oh, yeah, there was this whole inspection on the division headquarters here in the city. It was a mess.
How bad are we talking? They can clean themselves up, right? That's the
Some
minimum.
couldn't.
You're joking.
I'm not. It
The
was
first thing they
awful.
teach you.
Yeah, in fact, the captain and I had to do a little demonstration in the middle of their training arena in front of the entire division, and I embarrassed the commander quite a bit. It was actually very fun.
Nice. She'll like extend her hand out for a high five and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. What? Who
Hmm?
are you?" Not knowing your rank.
Oh, right, right. See, I wasn't expecting them to mention I was a member of the Honor Guard. Not the Honor Guard. Well, I am a member of the Honor Guard. I wasn't expecting them to mention that I was a member of the Night Corps up front. I kind of quickly flashed the badge to get in.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah, I
They'll use
realized that. I
anything.
realized that now. I didn't want to pay and wait in a long ass line.
It's not that much money.
Uh,
Especially if someone in your position.
Okay. I can put it into savings. It's fine.
Oh my god.
It's not the point. It's not the point. If you're open to it, I can give you a recommendation. Most people do it for benefits, for pay, and most end up living in the infantry their entire life, walking streets, breaking up brawls. But I am here to offer you more. You are a cut above anything we have in the infantry, and I would see to it that you would at least end up somewhere in the lower ranks of the officer corps.
Interesting. Follow up. Very concerning. Uh And what is it that they exactly do? This is, to be frank, this is not my first rodeo. So, how do I put this? You're asking me to commit to something that I'm not necessarily that familiar with. You say you do it for the people.
I do. Well, for a little bit of backstory, I suppose, I've been in service for roughly 20 years. A little bit more.
Hmm.
I was just recently committed to the Honor Guard. Most of it was spent in the infantry and the officer corps. And I can say that while some seed themselves into the Night Corps for monetary gain. I myself have met plenty, and I myself am one of a fair number who genuinely want to protect New Boston and our people. And if I was not given the opportunity to do so, I would not be a part of it. And I am offering you a similar opportunity.
I have not been to New Boston. Tell me more of this place.
Well, it's comprised of 3 districts. I would imagine the one you would, well, the 2 you would mostly be in would be the 2nd and 3rd district. The 3rd district has been kind of let go, unfortunately. They fend for themselves. I've taken personal strides to see to their needs, but one man can only do so much.
I hear that.
The 2nd district is much better off. Very much a sort of middle-class living. And then the 1st district, where I am based out of now, with the honor guard, is where the queen herself resides.
Clean.
Mm-hmm.
And then what is she like?
She is fresh, but she is good to her people.
My brain was like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
She's the fresh queen of New Boston.
Damn! sorry.
She has hopefully a long reign ahead of her. But in the eyes of the people, she has done well with what she has been given so far.
Now, is that what you think or what the people think?
I would align myself in the same thinking. She has a lot to learn, but I believe with the captain by her side, she will do many great things.
Oh my god, my cat. Oh, water down.
Oh no.
Okay, cat acquired. Cool. Sorry. She's
Okay.
definitely got her arms crossed listening to this. You can tell there's a lot going on, like, probably in the back of her mind, but she's genuinely questioning you. Like, she's curious about this New Boston job.
So I guess seeing this, Erlen would ask, what you get out of it is effectively what you put into it. Obviously, given what both of us have seen today, the arena can't offer you much besides petty entertainment. And even then, you didn't seem very entertained. Beating up
God,
common
no.
folk desperate for coin is not what I would call fun. But I
I'll
ask,
leave that to Pierce.
what are you looking for?
Mm. She definitely pauses to kind of think about that. What are you playing with, cat? No. Oh, paper, solid. All right. Well, money does not mean much to me. Well, besides need to live, but that again. My upbringing to begin with was prioritizing the people, not myself. So having, I guess, this opportunity is not something I'm that familiar with. My priorities typically fall with fall into, I should say, protecting people. Because there are many who are not as fortunate. And
In
I've
my
seen what.
eyes,
Go ahead.
go ahead. No,
Oh,
no, go ahead, finish.
just gonna throw in. I've seen those with power, and they clearly were not the right people to have it. I don't necessarily want to start investing into someone if I don't know if they're truly genuine. I have fallen for that before, and I will not do that again.
I can understand the sentiment. In my eyes, as long as you keep that mindset, you would be a good fit for it. I think it would be a good foundation for you moving forward. And there are many good skills you can pick up from those competent in the Honor Guard or in the Night Corps. And I wouldn't say as a benefactor, but as I've recommended you, I may be able to teach you a thing or two.
Sorry, I just thought of you in that armor again. I couldn't take you serious there for a moment.
Nope, that's fair. It's an embarrassment.
You had to just wear it once.
I feel for you. You had to wear that constantly.
It's fine bullshit, man. Not paid enough.
Well, you'll be able to wear actual armor during this job.
Oh, well, I mean, I have armor, just haven't had the opportunity to wear it anymore. Like, hold on. And she'll, like, kind of, like, rummage around wherever locker is hers, and, like, she'll pull out her equipment because she's very proud of, like, how she's kept it pristine, and, like, she'll show you her shield and, like, the front of it, how it's polished and whatnot, and, like, even her blade. And you can see that there's, like, scripture on both sides of it, but, like, you can see she takes care of what she has.
Mm-hmm. And there would be sort of a sign of respect in his eyes, seeing the upkeep of your equipment. If we were doing a show and tell here, I would have brought my equipment. I left it all back at the barracks.
Is that gonna stop you?
Huh? Well,
I
I
can't
mean,
say sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you really want to see the equipment, I don't know that I can lead you into the barracks, but I have an appointment at, and he like kind of thinks for a sec.
An
And
appointment?
he'll look down at his wrist where he's scribbled on the name. The Sunken Mine. I have a few gentlemen to meet there tonight.
You could just say no. You do realize that.
Saying, what am I saying no here to?
You don't have to show me if you don't want to. I know my stuff's pretty rad.
Okay, well now I feel like I have to, because my stuff's pretty rad too. I have this shield, it's got like this whole like, almost like eagle design on it. It's like silver and gold. And then the rapier, oh my god. Don't get me started on the craftsmanship. Impeccable.
I don't know. You could be full of talk right now. You were like that in the arena.
Well, at least I backed it up.
Sure, if that's what makes you feel better.
You guys continue on with your conversation, and the next thing you know, it is 10 o'clock at night.
Fuck, I need to meet with those guys.
Good luck. I don't think they'd be sober at this point.
No, probably not. And they'd probably spend all their money. You know what? I'm just going to keep it. They're just going to spend all their money on drink. I'll pass it off to their superior officer. It's fine. It's fine.
You're not going to keep any of it?
Oh, that reminds me. And he takes his coin pouch and the big ass bag of gold. And he splits the earnings. And he gives her half of it.
Ooh, interesting.
Wow.
As
Now
far
I
as I'm
feel like an
concerned,
asshole.
as far as I'm concerned, neither of us really won that. I mean, 3 minutes with those toys, neither of us were going down. Let's be honest.
It's like the slow turn to what we had to wear in the equipment. Like, oh god.
I mean, given it was a time trial, you were destined to fail.
To be fair, most people that enter don't have the experience to back it.
Right.
Most run, unfortunately. Which is, I feel more embarrassing, but their choice, their choice. Now, are you going to show me this armor and equipment or not? You're talking a lot of schmack here.
Yeah. I don't. Okay. Well, you're going to have to follow me back to the barracks. You can meet the captain while we're on the way as well. I have no idea where she is.
All right. So with that, you both stand up and go to walk outside of the arena. And as you're about to walk out of the front doors, you do notice that Dahlia is standing there. She seems to have been more or less waiting, as far as you can tell, for you to come back out.
Whoopsie!
Ah,
Vibe check. What do I see? She screwed me up.
Captain! Long time no see.
Oh no!
You'll see a sort of a side grin on Dahlia's face as she looks at you, Erlen, and says, "You won me quite a considerable amount of gold today."
Ah, glad to hear it. You're
Very
not
well done.
angry. That's fantastic.
Not at all.
Wonderful.
And-
Okay.
Might I say, Miss Divine, is it?
Oh, please don't. Oh, God. We'll go with Celeste. She'll extend her hand out.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Divine was pretty fitting.
There will be
Dahlia will
consequences.
Dahlia will shake the
I'm
hand
looking forward to it.
rather firmly. Mighty impressive display.
Samesies.
Composing strength checks. No.
Rolls a 7.
It's like that whole it's like that whole, you know, that Arnold Schwarzenegger sort of like, it goes
Oh
from a
my
handshake
Totally
into
thinking
like
the same
an arm
thing
wrestle.
again.
Yeah.
It's a
yeah, she'll
running
say,
gag at this point. It's already come up twice in the campaign.
yeah.
Nice, nice.
But yeah, she'll say, it was rather impressive display. The wings and the clothes. Very interesting.
Oh, that's, well, when you're part Azamar, sometimes you are blessed with such abilities.
Indeed. It's just rare. I've not seen many Asmir in this region, so it is good to have you here.
Have you seen others? Loki panicking?
Dahlia will smile and look down, but not answer.
Interesting, interesting, interesting.
Interesting reaction.
I'm assuming you're an Asmar, by the way, but any... She's too pretty. Who the fuck is this? I'm sorry,
I'm
what
gonna
should I
say-
call you?
Oh, Dahlia.
Is that how you would like me to address you?
You're not in the officer corps, so I'm not strictly your captain, so Dahlia will be fine.
Fair enough.
Okay. And with that, the three of you exit out into what is now a very cold night, and a fresh snow has begun going across. It kind of just lightly falling as you go back to the barracks. And you continue talking with Erlen as he's showing off his equipment. Dahlia, you go back to your room, and as you still have much paperwork that still needs to get done. The night continues on, and you two kind of chit-chatting, small talk for the most part, up until about midnight, at which point, Celeste, you realize that your room is back at the arena still.
Whoops.
That treant from earlier. Distant memory.
Oh my god.
The treant's like,
I'll
where'd
dream of him.
she
Don't worry.
go?
Oh my god.
All right, so at this point, Celeste, would you like to say your goodbyes and head back to your room?
Yeah, well, yeah, I better dip. Gotta deal with the manners. I'll do that tomorrow. Eh. Well, it was nice to meet you, Lady Dahlia.
Likewise.
I'll get back to you on that, Erlen.
All right. I imagine we'll be in town for a day or two.
Do you have anything else planned for those 2 days? Inspection really goes that long? Is it that bad here?
I think it's more rest from having to travel by caravan for so long.
Ooh.
Your ass gets sore from riding in those. It's not fun.
I'm sorry.
that
Just
checks
this has romance written all over it. I'm sorry. I'm loving this. Sorry.
No, Tree, though. He's gonna be devastated.
Poor
Can
tree
trees
nut.
cry? Is that just sap?
But he's got other tree ladies. He'll be fine.
He'll be
Yeah,
fine.
he's got mad trees.
He's already forgotten about me.
What
He'll
can I
never
say?
forget you.
The tree end just happens to be a pretty sappy guy.
God.
I mean,
Okay, you get disadvantage on your next roll.
oh no.
You've got Bane for the next hour.
Oh god.
Okay. With that, you guys say your goodbyes. Sorry, I'll rush this section just a tiny bit here.
It's okay.
What?
Let's get
You guys say your goodbyes, and Celeste, you head back out of the barracks. Nobody gives you any trouble as you're accompanied by Erlen, who escorts you out to the steel gate and locks it behind you as you leave. And you head back to the arena where you have a room set aside for you that's on the upper level. And you go up to your room, open it, and you see, more or less all your familiar items that you've collected over the last few months. Your bed is ready, and there's a nice hot fire that's already been prepped for you. It's one of the few perks about being the challenge is somebody takes care of your stuff for you while you're absent, and had everything prepared for you in case you returned.
For the most part, a lot of that is just like not even unpacked. It's all like in a corner.
All right, with that, how would you like to end your night, Celeste?
I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna quickly write a letter about how I'm done with Starker's shit, and I am politely putting in my notice. And then I think if I've got any windows or a balcony, she's definitely gonna be chilling out there, kind of just looking up at the stars, if that's visible, or the snow.
Okay. You don't see any of the stars, but you do see the nice light falling of snow. The crowds in the streets have mostly disappeared. As occasionally you might see what looks like a couple, here or there, kind of walking the street and enjoying the snowfall. It does sound like the nearby tavern is just kind of in an uproar, and you could hear what sounds like a merry band playing from the inside, just extremely muffled. But it's a very quiet night outside of that.
Okay. She would just take that time to think and think about the past.
Okay. Yeah, you sit there and you think on your past and your history and compare that up versus the offer from Erlen earlier about the potential with the officer corps and how their number one objective is to protect their people, and kind of drawing a line in your head of the like doing a compare and contrast chart almost in your head of based off of the things that you remember versus what he's potentially promising you here. And how do you think you feel about it? Think you might need a little more time to think?
It's a mixture of fear, but like kind of just thinking, because he spoke and felt genuine to her, which is like, it's putting that annoying feeling of hope in there for her.
Okay.
Because
So,
for the most, she knows she's not staying here. It's interesting. It feels like her this next step in her life was conveniently put before her like this.
right, gotcha. So, with that, you know, you now notice that the time is about 1:30 in the morning. As just from the walk over and just kind of drifting off on your thoughts, you kind of lost track of time. It's getting very, very late, even very early into the morning. You realize you still need to get some rest.
Close my window.
All right. And would you like to say that you are now getting ready for bed?
Yes.
Okay. So, you finish getting yourself cleaned up, and you finish what was left over from your dinner. That was cold when you got back, as it was left nearby the fireplace. And you get, some night attire put on, and as you pull the sheets back of your bed, your thoughts wander off again to the conversation that you had with Erlen just for another moment. Suddenly, the room around you seems to fall away.
No.
The walls give way to a blinding light, and before long, you find yourself in just a pure white emptiness. There's not even a sign of a horizon, a line, no definitive marks whatsoever. It just seems like you are just in a white void. Everything is gone, except for a figure out in the distance, a feminine shape that holds out her arms and says, "Foolish man, he does not know. He could never know. Of course your calling is at home, where you belong." The figure stands there, seems to be waiting for a response.
Brain turn back on. She's definitely panicking in this moment. I'm imagining that it's been a while since anything like this might have happened.
I would say that it has been a couple of months.
Okay, there's a pause, because she's kind of panicking, looking for an exit, not seeing that she's not gonna move close or anything, but she'll, like, quietly put out the words, "But what if he speaks truth?"
Nobody, except for us, tell the truth. You know this.
You say these things, but then you won't answer my questions of why.
Why do you think what I'm doing is so wrong? Why? Why won't you return? What have I done to push you away so?
I don't understand why you hurt my people. We follow you blindly. burn, to then do things that are. Why?
Because it was for the betterment of all our people.
She's definitely shaking her head, kind of like definitely in denial of these things, not trying to back up and not really moving anywhere.
Yep. With that, the figure seems to notice this, and she lowers her arms and seems to sigh in disappointment. The figure turns to walk away, and you hear, "He will come for you. He will bring you home. One day." And as the figure fades into the whiteness, you feel this sensation of falling. And next thing you know, you open your eyes and see that you are back in your room.
There at some point in this, there definitely has been like either current or past like tears from crying in this moment. There is no falling back asleep after that. She just like grabs her blade and is just like sitting in bed trying to like reeling from it.
Okay. And with that, I am going to say that we fade to black. Excuse me. All right. Moving forward.
Ooh.
Moving forward. 1 year later, the night of current events. Erlin, you are walking down the familiar halls of the barracks in the 2nd District. Let me now do this.
I was so invested, I almost forgot about this part.
Down the street.
Here we go. I'll pull you guys over here.
Nice.
There we go. The small statues and murals fill the spaces on the walls along the hallway. A fine blue, red, and green rug extends the length of the hall. The bare space you can see on the floor and walls are made of polished hickory. You hear some knights walking and talking as you go by. Did you hear? The captain took down a whole bandit organization and only had to kill one person. What? I don't believe you. We only took in like 8 prisoners from the 3rd District. That's not an entire organization. Well, rumor has it she scared the rest of them into finding real jobs. That's stupid. She probably just killed everyone else. That's cold, man. Do you have a reaction to that, Erlin? As you're walking past?
I'll just say, sounds like the captain. And I'll keep walking.
Okay. You are counting doors as you continue down the hall until you get to one that you have visited numerous times over the last year. Just like every other door, it is made of mahogany with a dark stain, and a heavy bronze doorknob is embedded into its surface. The frame is an intricate marble molding. The only thing that separates this door from the rest is that there is a golden plaque that has been stamped onto the front. You recognize it as the champion's belt from that fight a year ago.
He will stand in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming this is not his room.
No, it is not.
Okay. Just double checking. He will compose himself and knock on the door.
Okay.
Can I assume this is my room then?
Yes, this is your room, Alessandra.
Cool, cool, cool.
I would say at this point, too, you are both more or less on a first-name basis now. Erlin, you would know by now that her real name is Alessandra.
Okay. Then I will just add, after he knocks, just a gentle housekeeping.
Damn it, I was gonna do that. You just hear in the room, shit, where's my do not disturb? And then like proceeds to lock the door and like shit, and then unlocks it.
Nice.
Do you have my extra towels?
Yes.
Dude, we gotta work on that voice. Come on.
Listen, I'm working on it. Will you just let me in?
The door's shit locks it, unlocks it. Just get in.
Right. He comes in. He comes in.
Okay.
I thought it was good. I'm sorry.
But I can tell it's you on the other side.
God damn it. Okay. We'll workshop it.
Okay, cool.
You seem to have degraded in age.
Okay. Inside, Erlin, you close the door behind you, and you kind of look about the room, and it's as pristine as you would expect a fresh, brand new officer out of training would keep their room. The only thing that you see that's out of place is that on a small table next to the bedside, there appears to be a letter, and it has the captain's seal on it that has been broken, as it appears that Alessandra has already read the letter.
You will make a mental note of that. And as he walks in, he will say, "So, newly appointed, how are you feeling?"
Mm, uh, words, come back to me, please.
Yes, words, that is what I'm waiting for.
Look, we can't both be smart. We gotta take turns. I
And
mean,
I'm waiting for you to take your turn.
Excuse me.
it feels good. I don't. It feels weird to go through training again.
Yeah, it's definitely
Like
strange.
sandbagging.
Believe me, I've gone through training 3 separate times.
Oof.
I understand. Well, I'll be honest, it's not that much different. At least the initial feel of it. You'll acclimate soon enough. It's not as daunting as it may seem, I suppose. I think the only real difference is nicer pads and a higher rank, really.
True. But it's not the same as yours, though.
Right, well, that's not a fair comparison.
It's fine. Don't really think I want your position anyway. You complain about it a lot.
Yeah, well, I don't exactly get a lot of excitement in the first district.
Can you not request to work in the lower one?
As an honor guard, it's not really a part of the position. I mean, we've done very occasional walks, just in case something very important needed to be overseen, like escorts or like from the docks or escorting
Babysitting.
people to the dock. Yeah, babysitting.
Yeah,
A lot of
babysitting.
babysitting.
Got
Yeah.
it.
I was looking for the right word. Yeah, it's it's cush, sure, but it's very boring.
Sucks to be you.
I sometimes, but I can't really complain at the perks it comes with. He'll kind of look around her shoulder. What's that on the desk? Captain Sigil?
Oh, what are you talking about? Looking everywhere but at that thing?
That thing on the desk right there, out in the open. That's what I'm looking at.
No, I'm not. Are you talking about air?
He's gonna walk over and pick it up. This, right
Oh,
here.
that thing. Yes.
Yeah,
You
this
know what?
thing.
I just happened to find that. Not too sure what that's about.
Mhm. What was inside of it?
You know what? Don't worry about it. Clearly panicked.
Your reaction is making me
Can't
worry
make eye
about it.
contact.
Yeah, you do notice that the letter is open and that you are able to just unfold it and start reading if you so choose.
Yeah, he'll take it out. Start reading
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
I don't stop in my turn.
Okay. You open it up, and in the letter, it's a just a very short written message. It says, "Junior Lieutenant Angelos, this is a summons from the Captain's Guard, Dahlia Shadowhand. On behalf of Her Majesty Elizabeth Bishop, Queen of New Boston, you have been selected for a special task. You will report to the Captain's office in the castle at 0500 hours for your briefing tomorrow morning. As cum laude of your graduating class, I feel that this will be the perfect opportunity for you to demonstrate your capabilities as a leader as well as a warrior. We have high hopes for you, Junior Lieutenant, Captain of the Guard, and Head Visor, Dahlia Shadowhand."
There's just a big fucking smile that creeps across his face as he reads it.
I'm looking for an exit or a window to jump out right now.
Unfortunately, you are on the third floor.
Damn it. Hey, you know what? I might risk it.
And you've accidentally locked the door 4 times, so I wouldn't test it anymore. This is, he'll like hold up the letter. This is wonderful news.
Is it?
You're nervous, aren't you?
No.
Okay, well, sarcasm aside, I mean, it is exciting. I mean, a mission from the captain of the guard herself and the queen. This is a big step.
I just got promoted though. Like this. Now, granted, I don't know what specifics these are. This doesn't seem like something you just give to someone of my ranking. Like, this is something I expect you to do.
Right, but understand that this is. They feel you are fitting for the task. They
That's
understand this.
concerning.
They understand the skill that you've built. I mean, it's kind of a big deal.
It's just like a long sigh.
Erlen will kind of lean against the edge of the desk, crosses one of his legs over the other, and he'll look at the letter over again. What I would give to be able to go on a mission like this. I have been cooped up in this goddamn district for so long. It's mind-numbing.
Well, here, we can easily fix that. You are me now, and we can fix your hair. Obviously,
See,
you
I
don't have
don't
my
think
same
that's-
looks, but like,
I don't think that's gonna work because you have the whole wings come out of your back.
look, I can't do that every once in a while. You know that, right? Like,
And I can't do that ever. That's the difference.
but they don't know that.
I think they do.
No.
Been here for over 20 years. I think they'd know.
That's right. You've been here forever. You're old, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm so old. Mm-hmm. Use that card again, like you haven't a million times.
Someone has to.
No, they don't. God, it's a fucking gut punch. Thank you.
Look, you look great considering, but you would think they'd pick someone. I feel like I'm not qualified for this.
Agree to disagree. I feel that you are. Tell you what. We take this to the captain and the queen. I'll go with you. We won't tell them. It'll be a little surprise party.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
And he thinks for a moment. I mean, given it's your first mission and all, I feel that whatever group you're heading with doesn't have the expertise to handle all the shit you're likely to give them. So
Not
maybe I can
that
shadow you.
bad.
No,
Wait a minute.
it's pretty bad.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that's bullshit. I'm hurt. You've hurt me, man.
Okay, well, you verbally berate me all the time. I don't want to hear it.
One has to do it. Definitely says that under her.
Anyway, I mean, if we luck out, I mean, I genuinely, maybe I could shadow you on this. They have so many honor guard here. Nothing happens. They could do with one less for a little while.
Looks at the letter again. Am I specifically meeting with Dahlia and the queen, or is it just Dahlia?
Looking at the letter, you know that it'll be directly with Dahlia.
Okay, we might have a shot.
Right? Listen, Dahlia and I are, Captain Dahlia and I are tight. Trust me.
Tight. We're gonna use those words specifically.
If you have to use those words, you may start questioning that.
I, but I am getting old. I mean, I've known it for a while. Maybe we could work something out, right?
Uh-huh.
That's all I've got. I literally have I have no idea how to like bring this up to her, so it's just gonna be like bam, it happens, you know?
Cool. Okay,
Mhm.
let's go for it. If this
Yeah.
fails, we're gonna pull the not Uno reverse card isn't this, or we're gonna try to make. No, you still don't look like me. We gotta figure that out. We'll workshop it.
Listen, let's just you can like style my hair or something. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Both have long hair, I'm sure it'll work.
True.
I'll just wear like a scarf or something. Cover the bottom half of my face.
Oh no, the bottom half of your face. What?
I
don't.
don't You know what? This was never gonna work. We're just
But I
gonna
made you think it for a while.
Do you want the goddamn help or not?
Yes, I want. Please.
Okay. Thank you. We're getting somewhere.
Still gonna braid your hair though.
I braid it myself. That's fine.
We gotta fix that. We gotta do some sort of like flower crown. Maybe we can put some flowers in it.
We'll worry about this later. This is not a problem for now. If I get this mission with you, you can braid my fucking hair whenever you want. It's fine.
I
Okay?
want to hold you to that.
Sure. Save me the trouble. So DM, what time is it right now?
Right
They're
now
sisters now.
right now it is 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Okay.
No, sorry, take that back. 11:30 p.m. Sorry,
Okay.
I had
Doesn't
Even
to.
have
later.
any
Got
siblings.
it.
Just
Yeah,
takes
no.
this elf. You are my sibling now.
Sorry,
This
I had
one's
to.
mine
I had
now.
to remember something from the other session. Yeah, it's 11:30 at night right now.
It's okay. All right.
Cool.
Okay. Here's the plan. I'm
Mhm.
probably not going to wake up early, so you're going to have to come wake me up.
Damn it.
I sleep like a brick.
Okay.
Plus, it's an 0500 wake up time. I don't want to even fathom how brutal that's going to be. So, come knock on my door loudly in the morning, and we'll go together.
Can I even get to his barracks? Is he in a barracks or what is his setup?
So he is in a barracks that's in the first district. That is inside the castle itself.
Fuck, is that even going to
Cool.
work?
Do I know if I can even get into him that way?
Yes, you can, especially
I've
now
got
that
the
you have
letter.
this letter. Yeah.
I've got the letter.
Yeah,
I
you have
got you. Okay. I was
free. You
about
have
to
a
be like,
free
I'm gonna
passage into
fly
the
over
place.
the wall.
We'll make it work.
Yeah, we good. We good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. We have a very flimsy plan, but we'll roll with it. It'll put the letter back.
Okay, then. With that, you guys try to kind of take your mind off of the subject for a little while, and kind of make some small talk and end up kind of going on a little bit of a tirade about Alessandro's training over the last year, and it doesn't take very long as it comes around to be about midnight, and at which point, Erlen, you know that you need to head back if you want any chance at a proper night's sleep.
Yeah. Well, I must be off. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but you give me shit every time I come over, so it's just been all right.
Doing business.
Yep. Purely business. All right, I'm out of here. I need to get some sleep.
All right.
Have a good night. Don't think about it too much.
Definitely is too late for that.
Okay, and with that,
Well, sucks to
Erlen.
suck.
Yeah, with that, Erlen,
No, yeah.
you go to the door and slowly close it behind you. And you stand here in front of the door for a moment or two, thinking about the letter and thinking about the conversation that you guys had just had.
Yeah, I think internally, aside from the whole face he puts on in front of her, he's a little nervous for her. And he very much hopes this goes well because he knows how daunting a first mission, like a real first mission, can be.
Right.
And he does want to be there for her to make sure it all goes well. So he probably takes a moment to collect himself and then heads back to the barracks.
Okay. With that, you storm off. You've got a new determination in your face. Out of the barracks and back up to the castle in the 1st district. And on your walk back up there, you had this sudden epiphany that you remember you actually have somewhat of a close tie with the queen herself. And that maybe if you ask her instead of Captain Dahlia, there might be a chance, a much stronger chance, that you'll get put on this mission.
Yeah, I was gonna actually point that out. Of because of your time here, you've been out here over a year. You would know that Dahlia rarely accepts requests from soldiers.
Okay.
And more or less reinvigorated by this new knowledge, you decide that you're gonna make a bit of a late night call to Her Majesty instead of going to bed first.
Okay.
And you traverse through the castle walls, or the castle keep, and after what feels like a very long and daunting walk all the way up to the very, very top, you finally come before the Queen's quarters, with a giant set of double doors in front of you.
I'm assuming there's guards posted.
Yes, there are 2 other honor guard members posted at the door right now, one on either side, carrying halberds.
Okay. I'll speak to them. Excuse me, gentlemen. Is the queen still up?
Yes, Chief Lieutenant. It seems like she doesn't sleep very well most nights now, given everything going on with the crisis just outside the city. I'm sure she'll have a moment to speak with you, though. One moment. And
Wonderful. Thank you.
with that, the knight turns to open the door and slides in, closes it behind him. And then after another brief moment, he opens the door back up and gestures for you to come inside. And standing at the center of the room is... where is it? Here we are. I'm going to reuse this photo for now. Standing in the center of her room, you now see Queen Elizabeth Bishop, who's kind of more or less wearing more like knight attire, but because of like her royalty and everything, it's still like extremely fine silks. It's even color matched still with the 3 colors representing the Knight Corps, and you could kind of see the tired look in her eyes, but still very much busy trying to sort through like papers at a nearby desk, and sees you come in and gives you a nice little warm smile. Ah, Chief Lieutenant. Nice to see you early this morning.
Likewise, Your Majesty. And he'll give like a bow.
Seems like you have something on your mind. What is it?
I do. I apologize for intruding at such an hour, but it has come to my attention that the recruit that I recommended a year ago, Alessandra, has been specifically chosen for a mission, her first mission. If it is all right with you, of course I have the utmost faith in your decision, but I would encourage you to consider allowing me to shadow her on the mission.
Yes. The captain did speak to me of the matter of getting an officer for a special task that we currently have. Considering the last few days, how things have been progressing, it felt appropriate that maybe we should have one of our members accompany this special force and make sure that the task is filled out or completed on schedule. That being said, I did not realize that he had a new, fresh out of training recruit in mind. Give me one moment. And with that, she pulls out a fresh piece of paper from the desk and a ink quill and starts to scribble down onto the piece of paper. And when she's done, she folds it up and then puts the Queen's seal on it. Here you are. Take this to the captain in the morning. Present it to her. This is my official seal of approval, shall we say, that you will be accompanying her on this mission. Make sure that she does what she needs to, and if she has any problems, I trust your judgment to be able to resolve those issues.
You have my gratitude, Your Majesty.
Is there anything else that you may need?
No, that is all. I will not keep you further.
Very well, then. And with that,
Have a good night.
she gives a slight nod of her head. Good night, Chief Lieutenant. And then she goes back to her paperwork as you walk back out the door of her chambers. And with that, I'm going to end the session there.
All right.
Kind of lie. I enjoyed the really nasty hazing of the soldiers, but I feel bad for Darcy.
Insane. My God. I don't think God I'm not there.
Oh god.
I think the biggest thing is Erlen's just bored as fuck and he's trying to have some fun. And the captain is indulging him, so he's really taking it in stride.
I need a dentist. I just saw Dahlia's prior comment. Oh yeah, I'm going on a date with the Trent. Wish me luck, guys.
Where did
I mean-
I put it?
I think he was pretty charming. I think you're in there.
You got a chance, or
You know, it just only
I
stands
don't know.
like
He ran
30
off
feet
with
tall.
his tree buddies.
It's being a little fast looking at this tree, and I don't know.
Where did I put it? It's got to be in here somewhere.
Making me feel things I've never felt before.
That would be a twig in a very inappropriate place.
Oh no!
Oh, Jesus.
Emotional damage.
Also, those your comments are very hilarious. I had to stop and be like, oh yeah, no, I'm invested in the tree end at this point.
I was gonna say she's already got wood lined up for the night, but
Oh,
Damn.
I was gonna hold myself back from saying it, but
wow.
Oh, okay. Your
I'm
one
sorry.
taps my one by a long
I'm
shot.
sorry.
Well done.
God damn.
Emotional damage.